You know I had to do one. I gotta get one.
Gotta do. I mean, you gotta let me do one, chat.
Life's crazy.
That shit crazy.
It's hard for me to trust. It's hard for me to trust. Cause even if they not down, they act down cause they know what's up. Hey, hey, niggas love to get to switching on some whole shit. We ain't stripping when we gripping on a pole, bitch. Hey, baby, gotta slip me in her throat quick. Feed ass McDonald's on some E-I-E-I-O shit.
What?
Oh, shit. Got the factory diamonds on me, no shit.
What?
Hey, bro had a knock, got her, so we both hit. In a car, black matter on some woke shit.
What?
Thinking far back, I was on some broke shit. Whole
What?
time, all that money sitting in my notes, bitch. Never
What?
drank the 700 million when I wrote shit. I was trying to get it for my mama and the bros quit.
And what?
And my girl Howie, she was Ethiopian.
Her huh?
Then the skies parted and I saw her opening. Tried
What?
doing drugs, it ain't work, I was focusing.
Huh?
I never got to graduate to do a homecoming. Couldn't take no money from nobody, got my own coming. Hey, yeah, I got my own coming. Came in this alone, so I ain't expect a loan coming. All my brothers' eyes blood red like they own some bad ways. Love the boy so much they wanna, yeah, hey, they wanna dome something. You know how we rockin' in this bitch, it's like Stallone coming. When I get that feeling, gotta trust it, man, it's smoke coming. I don't like the look at shorty out, it's like you know something. I got real niggas picking up the slack for me. I got white boys really down to black for me. I got real hitters trying to go to bat for me. Been a long day, baby, throw it back for me.
Do it one more time. We broke the bell, baby. We broke it. Ah! Ah! Hey, check it out one time. 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 Look at the back of the hair coming. The mullets coming back, chat. The OGs know. The OGs have heard about it. Mullets coming back, baby. Coming back in blood, baby. Back in blood challenge, baby. What the fuck is good, baby? How y'all doing? How y'all feeling? How y'all living? Y'all mind if a white boy pop out in a phantom tee today? Y'all mind if a streamer do his sponsors correctly, baby? Phantom and the Phantom, and we driving the Phantom. Ah, rocking the Phantom and the Phantom, we driving the Phantom. What's good, man? It's so good to see y'all beautiful faces back. Welcome back to the stream. Are you really going to roll it back? I mean, maybe. Here's the thing. It's like there's not that many people realistically. If there's 8 billion people in the world, how many can really pull off the mullet? Seriously, if we just go on a quantitative amount and we calculate every person in the world that theoretically could pull off the mullet, how many are there? A couple 100,000, couple million, 8 figs, maybe 9 figs. No way. There's not many that could pull it off. And so it's one of these things where like, if you got it, you know, it's like LeBron didn't ask to be 6'9", jacked and have a 45-inch vertical, but it's what he got. And so you have no choice but to go to the league. The world works like this, right? It's like Elon Musk didn't ask to be born with the most goated name of all time, but now he has no choice but to take us to Mars. Okay? And so it's one of these things where it's like I didn't ask to be blessed with this hair, but I was, and so I have to take the hymns, finasteride, and protect it, and I have an obligation to grow it out in the back. It's simple as that. It's like, yeah, you got... It's like, bro, if you get born with goated hair, you got to take the hair pills. You can't lose it. If it's losing, it's a choice. It's a state of mind. It's like you can't lose it. And the dude didn't ask to have the state of the trenches on his back, but he did, and he do, and that's why he the dude. What's good, baby? Hey, roll call, man. Roll call. What's good? Who's here? Digi here, Vivla here, Kevin here, Caleb here, Small Pepe here. What's good? Sparky here, Poca here. What's good, Cyrus? Stone here. One Spicy Meatball here, Jackson Ray here, Palm Beach Trader here, Kai here, Shifty here, Rectal, Glizzy here, J-Led in the flesh, Bloom in the flesh. What's good? Shifty here, Viral Coin here, Solar Bands. What's good? What's good? What's good? Any first chatters today? Alex, what's good? D-Fluge, what's good? D-Nap, what's good? D-So, what's good? Jeebus, what's good? Live the Life TV, what's good? Pudgy Ma, what's good? One of these days when I find my wife, I'm going to have her tune in the stream at the beginning. Boss, Sai, Rockefeller. I'm going to have my wifey tune in. G-Man, what's good? Seth Rogen, Sax. I'm going to have her tune in to the start of the stream, and I'm going to do roll call, and she's going to be like, damn, you got motion, twin. I'm going to be like, hell yeah, I got motion. Hell yeah, I got motion. Hell yeah, I got motion. You seeing what's going on with Korean stocks? I am, and guess where you can trade Korean stocks? Oh, the partner of today's stream, Phantom Wallet. Yes, you can. 3 new Korean perps markets are now live to trade. Wow. I am seeing what's going on with Korean stocks, and that is why the only The premier partner of the stream is ripping them. That's why I get paid the big bucks, man. This is why I get paid the big bucks. Nothing more, nothing less. Just exactly what it is. Welcome back. We got a lot to talk about. Yesterday was a crazy day. Nvidia earnings came out. They demolished earnings. I mean, they crushed. By the way, you think if I start like ripping Korean stocks and I start getting known as, you know, I get like a nickname in the order books in Korea, I could find a Korean wifey, because I'm not opposed to that. You think if I really make a name for myself in these alt markets, I could potentially get closer to my soulmate? I think maybe, right? What if I made a name for myself out there? They start calling me like the mullet. They start calling me the mullet in the order books out there. I mean, it probably gives me a better chance than not, right? The choke. What did Rasmus call me? The industry? They start calling me the industry, the burger. I don't know. Fuck. I probably got a better chance than I do than not, right? How bad can it be? So look, yesterday Nvidia. Thread, you already got motion. Quit being humble. Stop. Nvidia had earnings. They crushed it. Market retraced the entire move. Okay. Bitcoin, as we thought, was trading parallel to, we were calling it the software ETF for a while. And IGV's up 2.4% today, 2.14% today, software ETF, and Bitcoin is not. Nvidia retraced the whole move, and there's some panic about it, but when we get to the Nvidia part, I'm actually going to give you optimism on it. I'm going to give you optimism on it because I think, look, I think there's like a lot, like the numbers Nvidia is posting is scary, and there's a lot of ways it could go wrong and cause us to gap down. But man, I just think they're going to continue to gas AI in the US. It just feels like it's going to happen. When I get to the what's happening in AI segment, by the way, it's getting crazy. The Department of War is like putting the pressure on Anthropic, and the only takeaway I have is that, I don't know, they built God. I feel like I need a better way to say this. I don't want to like disrespect the Lord and Savior, but like, what other explanation do we have as to what they've built where the US is absolutely losing their mind publicly? I don't know. Vitalik announced quantum resistant ETH today, which is like a big deal. ZachXBT exposed Axiom. Major surprise that the affiliate badges over there at Axiom aren't exactly moving above board is a shocker. I can't believe it was Axiom, by the way. I mean, I can't. Also, the people that knew they were going to get exposed for insider trading knew ahead of time, so they also insider traded on Polymarket that they were going to get exposed for insider trading. What up, TG? My son is watching too. You are blowing his mind. I bet anxious at 15%. What does anxious mean? Axiom? I'll try to keep the language PG. My bad. Tell the young bull I said what's good. He's ahead of the world right now. Okay, so that happened. Jane Street has escalated into this crazy expose about Terra Luna. Citadel Securities came out and posted. Fuck the kids. No, we love the kids. Citadel Securities came out and posted a rebuttal to Citrini, which I think is a really good one. Actually, no, I think it's a terrible one, but it's a really good topic. I'm gonna be honest, and like, who am I, right? I'm just some guy, right? I'm thread guy, some guy on the internet. Citadel Securities moves like, I don't know, they're probably the biggest counterparty in the order book, and I'm sitting here saying that the rebuttal sucked. But dude, I'm gonna be honest, the rebuttal kind of sucked. And so we're gonna read it. The best take from all of these rebuttals is Jevons paradox, which I'm becoming a fan of. I'm becoming a fan of big time. This Jevons paradox thesis. I love it. We're going to talk about that. We have a lot to talk about. 11th music. I thought the Mr. Beast segment yesterday was meh. Then was on a business call today with an old friend that made it big, and they brought up Mr. Beast mid call. That's when I knew I wasn't on Threads level. I'm telling you, man, we're just one step ahead. When you see the Fuentes Mr. Beast ballot, just know I prepared you for this moment. That's all I'm saying. That's happening. Hasib, Dragonfly, Beef. Dude, I have like a million things to talk about today. That doesn't even count the Everybody Hates AI segment, which has legitimate political implications, and I have to talk about that. We're gonna get there. We have a lot to talk about. Also, the biggest news is crypto is decent right now. Price action looks terrible, but stablecoins are getting adopted. I mean, the stablecoin coverage is insane. They're calling it the Fed chair, or the Fed is calling it Venmo on crack. I think was Venmo on clavicular grade meth, I think is the term that they used. And Circle's up 45% in the last 2 days. No joke. It's up 45. I think it's up 40% in the last 2 days. It's like the best performing stock out of the last 2 days. Circle looks insane. I mean, yeah, we have a million things to talk about. And so what we're going to do before we get into the AI crypto mess is there's a lawsuit going on right now that I think is pretty important for where things go, like how things play out here. And so the city of New York, Luke, are we good? The city of New York. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, cool. Thank you. The city of New York is suing Valve, the company behind Counter-Strike. And basically Counter-Strike does these loot boxes, if you will. These, they call them crates. And you have some level of odds to hit on rare skins. It's basically the equivalent of a Pokemon pack, a One Piece pack. A lot of this stuff that is adjacent to us. It's not the city of New York. It's the New York Attorney General. My bad. Cases. Sorry, I'm a complete noob. I don't know anything about CSGO. But I know it's adjacent to what we do. CS2. Sorry. See, I'm like a double. CS2. Counter-Strike. CS2. It is... Dude, I think there's some second, third order effects here. Because if they win... Like, if New York wins, New York Attorney General, if they win, I would be going after Pokemon next because it's no different. These cases are no, I said crates. These cases are no different from Pokemon card packs, in my opinion. It's the same thing. And so we deal with internet money and alt markets all day. And I think this is their first lawsuit. They're suing them. Here you go. My bad. I forgot I wasn't sharing screen. The New York State Attorney General is suing Valve for promoting illegal gambling with cases. This could affect all skins in CS2. That's why it's likely why Valve focused on the Armory Pass and Genesis Terminal that strayed away from cases. For skins, this might be bad. And so Supreme Court of the State of New York, County of New York. The people of the State of New York versus Valve Corporation. Crazy. And so I was going to just skip this because I didn't really know how to cover it. And then I'm like, wait, I know exactly how to cover it. And I have this guy. Wow, I just missed all of my intro topics. I have no time to go through any intro topics. We'll just use this as an intro. I have a friend of the stream who's a big deal in Counter-Strike. Like a big deal. This guy, Coco, is a big deal. And he's one of the biggest traders, as I know, of CS2 skins. And he has been posting a lot about what's going on in this case. This case, and he's gonna come on stream for 10 minutes, and we're gonna talk about it real quick. I think it's a good way to kick off. It's some cultural adjacent stuff to what we cover all day. There's a monster speculative market over there. $5 billion worth of skins is what the cumulative market cap trades on of CS skins, and they've had drama after drama after drama. So I'm gonna bring him on in a minute when he's ready. Probably gonna talk for 10 minutes, like a quick one. I'm trying to experiment with these. I'm trying to experiment with these quick type of interviews, like get in, get out kind of thing. Cover what we need to cover and let's move on. But yeah, there is implications on this. I don't exactly know what they are. But when things like this happen, these marketplaces get shut down, however it plays out, you start to think like, yeah, the decentralized world computer is fucking pretty cool. I understand why Vitalik made Ethereum, and it's hard to dispute. So, all right, I'm gonna get into it right now. Coco's coming on. I don't know. I think this guy's a movie. Apparently he's a huge deal in CS world, CS2 world. He has fucking motion, and yeah, he's a movie. So I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. I'm gonna bring him on. Let's learn about this like cultural niche market that is very relevant to what we do, and then we will talk about crypto and whatnot after. I just doxed that, but there's nothing important on there. That was awesome. Well done, threadguy. Wait, give me a minute. Let me fix my input. Hold on. Yo, you talking?
Hey, can you hear me?
Let's fucking go. What's up, dude? I'll turn my camera on for you, but you don't have to turn yours on. What's up, man?
Hey, not much. What about you?
Not much, dude. I appreciate you coming on. I'm happy we finally got to do it. I know we talked about it before, but there is some drama going on in the Counter-Strike world. And I said, wait, I actually know a guy who can come on and educate us a little bit. So I won't bore you too much with the intro stuff. Maybe give us like a really quick primer on who you are and why you're relevant to Counter-Strike. And then we could talk about what's going on here with this lawsuit in New York, Valve, all of it.
Yeah, sure. I'm a trader. I'm a cash trader in CS, and I do a lot of other types of trading as well. But it means basically people come to me if they want to sell their skins, get a quick cash out, and I'll do lots of other types of trading, like more technical trading and botting and stuff as well on the side. But
Hell
basically,
yeah.
I just sort of make money in the CS market.
And you got motion, dude. I have a couple people that work with me on the stream, and they watch streams and they play CS, and they're like, dude, Coco, like you got motion, which
No
is sick.
way.
Yeah, you got
That's
motion. So this thing came out today, and I think I saw it from your quote tweet, and it's the New York State Attorney General are suing Valve for promoting illegal gambling with cases. This could affect all skins in CS2. That's likely why Valve focuses on the Armory Pass and the Genesis Terminal and have strayed away from cases. For skins, ... this might be bad. Thoughts? Can you walk us through what exactly is happening here and what your initial read is on implications?
Yeah, so Valve's always had this mechanic as like the main mechanic in the skin market, really. It's how the vast majority of skins are made, which is like you buy, I think most people know how it works, but you buy a case or you can get one for free by playing. You buy a key for like $2.50, and then, I mean, it's basically a slot machine. It spins and you get a random thing. You get like a big win, but you usually get something pretty bad. And this lawsuit's pretty surprising because this is the first time I think there's ever been a lawsuit against Valve for this. There have been past very similar legal things, but never quite a lawsuit like this where they're seeking money. But there has been a lot of other legal stuff in the past, which I've got a bunch of info about.
What brought this? Is this true? This tweet about this woman tried opening 40 cases after being expired by OniPixel. Is this true? This is a shitpost? Yeah, it is. Right?
No, this is a shitpost.
Okay.
I think they opened some cases as part of like to see how it all worked.
Damn, L streamer.
But I definitely don't think they sued after that.
I like read it before, and then I'm reading it out loud to you. I'm like, okay, this is obviously a shitpost. Do you know what, like, where this spawned from? Like, why? How did we get here? Why is there a lawsuit for this?
I think it's kind of, I don't think there's definitely never been a US government thing, but it's been discussed before, definitely in some EU countries, because Valve makes so much from these cases. And realistically, that's money going from like normal people to Valve. So it makes sense that a government's interested in it from like an economic perspective, as well as from, you know, gambling addiction and the fact that there's a lot of child gambling in this. I think it's in line with a kind of consumer protection sort of thing.
Okay. And so you are like, you have a take on how this is going to play out. And I think you made a couple posts about trying to find a counterparty for your bet. Like, what is your bet that you're trying to get filled, and why do you have that thesis?
All right. So my take is, I want to give a big disclaimer because I'm obviously not a lawyer. I have no legal experience whatsoever. So anything I say about the lawsuit itself is a guess and based on research done in literally 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So take it with a big grain of salt. All I do know is the skin market, and that's all I can really speak to, but this is my guess on everything. The general consensus at the moment, I think, is that people think that Valve is going to win this. Partially, that's because there's so much money at stake and they have such a big interest, especially because there's the scary scenario where it could set precedent and then other states follow, etc. And it really spirals if they were to lose this lawsuit. They have such a big interest, and a company like Valve is willing to throw so much money at it. But in my opinion, I don't see. It feels like New York has a very strong case here. I don't see how they really lose this. Generally, in the past, the way that Valve's loophole works, like the reason they have these cases in the first place, is that they work on this loophole where, to them, they say that skins are not worth money. So, like, they have their own market, Steam market,
Cosmetic
but that
only.
gives you, yeah, the Steam market that they run gives you balance on Steam that you can't withdraw into cash. So that sort of doesn't qualify as money because it can't be turned into cash. And that's the only one that they recognize. And they've claimed and sort of said that they're against the third-party markets that exist
I see.
and downplayed them and how big they are as like sort of a small side issue. There was even a thing in the lawsuit that New York filed where they showed something where Valve had said that their fight against third-party markets is like a game of cat and mouse, which is very inaccurate because there's no cat. I mean, they don't try to stop these markets. They don't take any actual actions. The lawsuit points out that they've made a lot of actions to actually help these markets when certain things have happened. So I think it's not so accurate for Valve to claim that. But the main point, yeah, the main loophole for Valve is like these things are not worth money according to them, and I think that's going to be the main point of contention in the lawsuit. I looked at the New York definition of gambling, and it's a pretty loose definition. The only part that Valve can argue against is that it has to be for something of value. And Valve's argument has always been they don't have value. But they define value so loosely in the law that personally, I don't really see how they can properly argue this. Even if Valve isn't affiliated with the third-party markets,
Yeah, here it is.
doesn't
With an
matter.
agreement to receive something of value upon a certain outcome. It covers any activity
Yeah.
where chance predominates over skill. So my question for you is like, okay, and I know you're not a lawyer, but I mean, look, we're speculators. We trade markets, we trade crypto, we trade weird stuff. There is a massive, I wonder what the dollar figure amount is on the game economy that is, essentially what cases are is you're like opening packs, right? So it's equivalent to like FIFA Ultimate Team or even physical Pokemon cards. Like the pack physical and digital world economy is massive. And so if Valve loses, EA is probably next. Pokemon is probably next. It opens this crazy can of worms if Valve loses this.
That's true. I don't. In my opinion, it feels like the CS market is a bit unique from all of those other ones. It feels like there's a different level, but it's maybe something that you can't. It's maybe not such a big separation that you can like
I see.
really define it legally. But I think it feels to me like you can say that the Counter-Strike market was. If you look at something like Pokemon, there's a lot of friction towards like a kid getting addicted to opening Pokemon packs. Like they could go and buy one and hope to get something good, and it might take a few weeks to sell it. Maybe they get some more money. Like it's possible, sure, but there's a lot of friction to that. It wasn't really designed in that way. But if you look at Counter-Strike cases, it really feels like it was designed to make getting addicted to them as easy as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, now there's a few holds on money when you sell skins, but for most of Counter-Strike's history, like you could open a case, rip it, instantly sell whatever you get into Steam balance, keep going. It's like digital, you can buy a ton at once. It's kind of made to. It's got the whole slot machine going across. It's a lot
It does
more
have the
reminiscent
slot
of normal
machine.
gambling
Yeah.
than Pokemon kind of stuff.
Also, EA, man, I've wasted so much fucking money in these Ultimate Team games. They, how much size are you trying to fill in this bet?
The only issue to me is how long I think it could take to resolve,
I see.
because I think it could really take a long time, and at that point, it's kind of a pain.
It's not worth it.
But
Yeah.
it also depends on the odds I'm getting. I'd like to get good odds because I think there's a lot of risk. Because my opinion is an unpopular opinion. Most people think Valve are going to dominate this lawsuit, and I think there's a lot of risk where to the point where like I just don't understand a lot of this stuff. Can easily be something that I'm missing. Like, there's risk there for sure.
Okay. I'll let you go in a second here, and I really appreciate the info. One of the last things I want to ask you though is what do you think happens to the Counter-Strike market as a result of this lawsuit being opened, and then how it plays out?
Even though I think New York is going to win, I think it's not a big deal at all for the larger Counter-Strike market. I'm actually surprised that this is getting so much attention at the moment everywhere, because realistically, this wouldn't be such a huge deal. There's precedent in other countries. In Belgium, I think their sort of gambling commission looked at Valve as well as a few other games and tried to see if it was breaking their gambling laws, if it classified as illegal gambling, and they decided it did, and you can't open cases there anymore. It wasn't a lawsuit, so Valve didn't have to pay back any money, but cases were disabled there as well as the Netherlands. So it's kind of, I mean, it's a different style, but cases have been turned off in a certain country before, and I think they just do that for the state of New York.
Well, I mean, look, I think the reason, I mean, it ended up on my radar because I'm like, fuck, what happens to everything else if they lose this? So I guess we'll see. Maybe we bring you back for a longer one when this thing resolves. But
Sure.
Dude, I appreciate the info. I appreciate you coming on. I'll let you know if anyone in the chat wants to take the other side of your bet, but I think you're going to be sitting in that one for a while.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, of course, Coco. I appreciate you, brother. It's great to finally meet you. Great to talk. I appreciate you coming on. Have a good one, man.
You too. Take care.
Interesting shit. Interesting stuff. Dude, if Valve loses the lawsuit, it's GG's. What? Bro, if Valve loses the lawsuit and I'm like a normal person, I'm coming after Pokemon. I just think it opens like it just opens a bigger can of worms here, is like gambling. I think gambling is like, they don't do casinos in New York City, but they have them in New York. I don't entirely know how that works. But if New York wins, bro, what? I'm coming after Pokemon. Because like, look, the only defensible argument between a Pokemon pack and a CS skin is it's harder to sell. I don't know. That feels like a weird one to me. It's harder to sell. That doesn't feel like a very strong argument in court. I mean, what do I know about court? I know nothing about court. It feels like a hard sell to me. Because here's what I'll say. If Valve loses, you got to go after EA, please. Fuck EA. I hate EA. Fuck EA. I hate EA. I have wasted so much goddamn money on NBA 2K and fucking Madden Ultimate Team and FIFA Ultimate Team and every single game, bro. I've wasted so much money on EA. It's disgusting. EA is a bunch of crooks, bro. They are a bunch of crooks. They made that shit $100 to max out a player on 2K, and it's disgusting, bro. I remember I'll move on because we have serious stuff to talk about. The first time I ever made money on a sneaker drop, it was a Supreme CDG cross box logo. I made $350, and I took all my profit, and I maxed out three 2K players. I built a center, a stretch big, and a point guard. That's it. 3 players, bro, is all I got. And 86 overall, no badges. What am I finna do with 86 overall, no badges? You can't even take them into the park. It's like, bet, pay to win, and then you gotta grind like 20 hours on badges. It's disgusting. Bro, 86 overall, no badges. Like, what? Fuck, Ron. Like, 86 overall, no badges. What am I gonna do with 86 overall, no badges? No badges, and also you can't buy a grand badge. So it's pay to win, but you can't buy a grand badge. Foul, bro. They're absolutely foul. All right, let's get into the actual stream now. We have serious stuff to talk about. That was fun, by the way. I like that quick little. You like that little rapid fire? Learn some shit, get in, get out, move on to the next. I like it. Vibe killer, but interesting. Is it AI? We'll get to it. Nice. That's really cool. I like that. In, out. We're on to the next. Also, somebody in the chat, I want to read this real quick, and we'll move on. Kind of lame. Bro, fuck you. How about that? Someone in the chat on YouTube goes, ignore the timeline newsletters, touch grass, just watch threadguy stream, and get fed like a bird. I swear it's what he said. Look, you can see it right here. Get fed like a bird, he said in the YouTube chat. It's disgusting. Why would you? Who would say that? It's like, nah. Look, if you're watching on Twitter and you like to chat, twitch.tv/threadguy. And if you are watching on Twitter and you want to chat, twitch.tv/threadguy. That's the only place. That's what we'll do it. And let us go. Also, by the way, I plan tomorrow's stream. We're working backwards, doing an intro second. I plan tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's stream is going to be Citrini published and made free his 26 trade ideas for 2026. And so we're going to do all of them tomorrow. All of them tomorrow. We hear that ice in a latte, bro? Ain't no black coffee, I promise. That shit is... It's a black roast. All right. I think I'm just going to skip all of my intro topics. We could go real quick through a couple. First and foremost is Baby Keem tapped into OpenClaw, which is insane. Baby, be honest, chat. Do you have... I haven't talked about Zach. No, we'll talk about that later. It's not that important, I don't think. Chat, you have an OpenClaw set up yet? Imagine showing up to it. Imagine calling yourself Bleeding Edge and Baby Keem has got OpenClaw before you. Huh? Imagine. We're waiting for your video. That's dark. Everyone's just waiting for my video and I've rugged everybody. Imagine calling yourself Bleeding Edge and Baby Keem has got OpenClaw before you. Serious question. Do you see this and you think top, or do you see this and you think, wow, that's kind of exciting? Put your thumb in that bitch. It's really funny. Baby Keem's always been smart. Baby Keem IQ. There's no publicly available verified IQ score for Baby Keem. Hakeem Jamal Carter Jr. as a Grammy-winning artist known for his work. Chat, type in the chat. What do you all think Baby Keem's IQ is? Take a guess. Maybe I'll ask him. I'll ask him. No, it's not about people who assume rappers are retarded. It's just the things go on mainstream. That's pretty mainstream. If we're being honest, it's pretty mainstream. Now you have to ask yourself a question: is like, to be fair, the mainstream celebrities are pretty tapped to culture. Also, OpenClaw is not that niche, bro. It got acquired by OpenAI, and he's been on every. I know it's tech podcast, but he's been on Y Combinator pod. Y Combinator is not niche. He's been on Lex Friedman. Lex Friedman's not niche. Peter Steinberger is like pretty. I mean, he's not Sam Altman, but like people know who he is. So it's definitely gone viral. And yeah, if you're on Twitter, I feel like you've seen OpenClaw at this point. So it's kind of cool to see this. Honestly, it's kind of cool to see this, in my opinion. Okay, one thing really quick I want to watch. I've had like 10 people send me this clip. I don't even know who this is. HS Tiki Taki is crazy. I have no clue who this is. Malcolm saying Unk. Malcolm, you have no clue who this is. Chat, y'all know who this is? Am I Unk?
Bruv, I just fucking put 150k in by accident, bruv. I'm not even trolling. Genuinely. Bro, how the fuck's it done that, bruv? Like, I didn't even type that, bruv. I didn't even fucking type that.
Well, you did type it because it didn't fucking type itself unless you got OpenClaw on there. It didn't type it. Someone typed it.
Oh, you got hacked? Yeah, totally, buddy. Yeah.
Nah, bro, I'm just fucking.
What's those 150 bands are trolling him?
I didn't even fucking type that.
Oh, you got hacked? Yeah, totally, buddy. Yeah.
Nah, bro, I'm just fucking. Oh, yeah, bro, look what this fucking thing has done. Oh, yeah, bro, you gotta run me that money back. I'm not even joking. Otherwise, I will.
He's obviously trolling, right? Obviously. Somebody told me he's the British Clav. I said, this brother looks nothing like Clavicular. He's obviously trolling. But it makes a decent take for why stablecoins like on decentralized rails are not the smoothest transition of all time. I mean, I've told you about this argument I've had, but I used to have this discussion. I've told this story before, but I remember like 2021 talking to my dad about crypto and Ethereum and being like, you know, the future of the world is everybody will have all of their funds stored in a seed phrase. Everybody will be on MetaMask and the world will have to just like figure it out. They will just like adopt us. And that is obviously not what happened. Like at all. That's obviously not what happened. And it's not what's going to happen. And these things are fucking hard to use. We used to talk about this all the time. And I'd be like, no. Like DAOs are the future. Every company in the world will be a DAO. And every like grandma will just be forced to use Ethereum and have a seed phrase and have a MetaMask. And that is just not what is going to happen at all. So I understand why, I don't know, mainstream crypto stuff is in a weird place. Also, quick intro topic as well. Speaking of USDT, Whop announced Tether, the largest stablecoin company in the world, is making strategic investment of $200 million in a Whop. Is fucking insane. 200 mil at 1.6 val. A partnership with Tether makes a major step in building the world's largest internet markets. Tether and Whop will work together, building sustainable income for billions of people throughout the world. There's enormous opportunity when you combine Tether's global scale. The thing that's so frustrating about stablecoin adoption and these sick companies is there's no way. Like, if you could have bought exposure into Tether 3 years ago, everybody here probably would have done it. I don't know. If I could have bought Tether exposure in 2022, I'm aping it. Obviously. There's really no way. You can't. You can't. My co-founders and I met as teenagers on the internet selling software. We first launched Whop as a way for us to sell our own software. I want to watch the video.
Eliminate.
Whop is such a movie. Let's watch it.
AI could eliminate nearly 100 million U.S. jobs.
This is so tough. Claude not doing this yet. Jenny Run. It's a little bit annoying that the coolest companies in the world you can't get exposure to. Like what? Also, if I could buy Whop, I would hammer it as well. You can't get exposure to the toughest companies in the world. It's so annoying. Everything is private now. It's just such a. We should do a segment on this later. Somebody has to fix this. Dude, I saw this. Okay, Whop raises 200 mil from Tether at 1.6 just by USDT. It's still $1. Whop raises 200 mil from Tether at $1.6 billion val. This is why the market dumped. What is this? This is why the market dumped. Breaking. HS Tiki Talkie says he'll sell all his Bitcoin after seeing the newly released Epstein files. No, serious note is Whop raises 200 mil at a $1.6 billion val from Tether. OpenAI just raised around at like 800 and something Bs. Anthropic's 380 or something Bs. Everyone Bs everywhere. I saw this tweet. I didn't verify it, so it might be wrong, but I'm just gonna assume it's real because it was on Twitter and had a bunch of likes. I saw this tweet that said Amazon went public, sub $1 billion market cap, bro. Sub a B. Amazon sub $1 billion. Is that true? Am I just making that up? I don't. I think it's true. Jack Dorsey. We'll cover that in a second. Sub $1 billion, bro. That just like doesn't happen anymore. It does not happen anymore. And so, wow, this is crazy. Jack Dorsey from Twitter. If I was 40% workforce reduction, we'll get to that in a minute. It's crazy though. It really is. You can't get it. You don't get invested in anything that's quality these days. So it is what it is. We'll talk about this at a different day, maybe. But sub $1 billion for Amazon. What? Would I have bought it? I don't know. Would I have bought it? I don't really know. I really have no clue if I would have bought it, but born too soon to buy Amazon sub $1 billion, born just in time to buy XPL. But all right, important stuff is market update, and let's get into what's happening in AI because there's some crazy stuff going on today, and it's important. First and foremost is our sweet Bitcoin. Man, we look decent. Look, we look fine. I had this crash out right here. I came on stream and I crashed the fuck out about Bitcoin. And I said, I'm like, I don't know. It was like an existential stream. Was that Monday? What day of the week was that? I meant what I said. By the way, I meant what I said about feeling hella existential and rethinking my life post AI, including my investments. And I wasn't panicking about Bitcoin, but I was just like it's just a weird time to be overweight in BTC. I think it looks decent, but we can't seriously talk about this chart until we're over the 70s range with some volume. We can't seriously talk about anything as it relates to BTC. And so this is just going to continue to be an afterthought for the moment. The main thought right now is the most valuable company in the world, which is Nvidia. And Nvidia had earnings yesterday. We streamed it. What did you think of the stream yesterday, Nvidia earnings? I know it was like a little bit boring, but it was an important one. Why can't we see CAs in the chat? Because you're sending fucking garbage is why. We streamed Nvidia earnings yesterday, and it went like this. Yeah, let's go shorter time frame. It went like this. This was earnings right here. And you get this giant candle, and we're screaming, and we're like, okay, we weren't screaming, but like we were like pretty hype when this happened. I mean, okay, were we screaming? No, but I was fucking hype, and they crushed earnings so aggressively that we were just like, AI trade goes on. And so it rips up. Then that woman starts, the AI like woman thing starts talking, and it retraces, and then market opens today and just falls off a cliff. It falls off a cliff. And surprisingly, like software did well today, actually. Software did well today. I add this on? Here it is. Software ETF. IGV is software ETF. And I mean, look, the chart's pretty destroyed, but this thing looks decent. And it pumped a lot today. And it's funny because we had been saying, like, remember how everyone used to correlate the M2 BTC chart? People have now been correlating the IGV BTC chart, and this thing goes up and Bitcoin just like goes down. So anyways, I have a couple tweets on it. We won't spend too much time on Nvidia just because I don't have that much to say. Like, I sort of have to watch it play out. But Nvidia blows away. I like this account, by the way. I can't tell you with confidence if this is a good follow or not, but I do like this account. Like a FOMO trade when Frank sold, yeah. I'm still analyzing, good account or not. I can't tell you with confidence, but I've been enjoying a couple tweets because they fit my bias. Serenity tweets, Nvidia blows away expectations with 78 billion in revenue projected versus 72 B. Stock dropped 4.8% on the earnings. Controversial opinion, but Nvidia earnings is partially a lagger to me. Number one thing to look out for is hyperscaler capex projections and TSM projections. Nvidia beating by a wide margin is just realized confirmation that the AI trade is likely to accelerate. Short-term liquidity and market maker positioning affect weekly prices, but long-term things look to accelerate even further. I mean, that was my feeling yesterday. Is like, oh yeah, we're not done. Like we're gonna gas this thing. Check Walter Bloomberg. It better be good. Jesus. Nvidia spent 70 billion on corporate deals to fuel chip demand. My God. Snake eats the snake. Nvidia spent 70 billion to get deals. They spend 70 billion back into Nvidia in revenue. They're just paying themselves. Yeah, so you see tweets like this, and it's like, oh, we'll just ignore that one. I don't know. What do you make of that? I had a follow-up here. Tulip King sent me this one, I think. Nvidia CFO said something during yesterday's earnings call that deserves more attention than it's getting. Our competitors in China, bolstered by recent IPOs, are making progress and have potential to disrupt the structure of the global AI industry over the long term. This is Nvidia acknowledging on the record that China's domestic AI chip ecosystem is becoming a real competitive force. I think this is the first time that they've done this. Also, at the same time, you've seen Sam Altman and Dario come out screaming that China is distilling AI model weights right before DeepSeek launches. And dude, we just keep saying it. Like China's a threat, bro. They're making their own chips and they have their own AIs, which are really good. I don't know. It kind of feels like the DeepSeek launch, by the way, is going to be terrifying when this happens. I don't know exactly what the date is, but I don't know what the date is, but I feel like there's a lot riding on this DeepSeek launch again. Baby Keem IQ. When is next DeepSeek launch? I don't think it's public. It's expected to launch in late February or early March 2026. Dude, it's soon. Any day now. I'm just going to tell you right now, when this thing launches, if it's anywhere near as good as they're acting like it's going to be, this thing, it's going to be scary, bro. It's going to be scary. I don't know. China is a fucking threat in AI, and everyone's acting like they're not. I don't understand why. All these like AI CEOs are making these comments in passing, like da da da. Oh yeah, China. Like China secretly has a monster. Wait, let me see this. This is the last time when DeepSeek launched. And this is the chart where let's see. It was this, right? Go weekly. I don't know exactly when the date was. It was one of these puke candles. Yeah, was it here? Let's see. I think it was like May. When did DeepSeek V1 launch? No. January 2025. Okay, I was way off. Yeah. And there was like panic. Nvidia dumps 10%. And then we move on. But I don't know. A lot of the commentary is lining up for it to be like a little bit scary. So I guess we'll see what happens. But the stream when this thing launches and the Twitter timeline on that day is going to be fucking cinema, bro. It's going to be cinema. And I don't know if in a good way or a bad way. Okay, if we're going to talk about price being bad before we move on, let's just talk about Bitcoin, I guess. Matt Hogan, who I like, still doesn't follow me back. But what if it's on a weekend? I'll make a promise. If DeepSeek launches on a weekend, I'll stream on the weekend. I'll do it. I'll stream on the weekend if DeepSeek launches. I'll do it. I swear I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll stream on the weekend if DeepSeek launches. If it launches on Saturday, I'll do it. All right, hold on. If it launches on a Sunday, I'll do it. If it launches on a Sunday, I'll stream. Saturday is tough because it's like, bro, I'm trying to go out. I'm in New York City, man. I'm trying to go out. But if it happens on a Sunday, we're streaming 100%. 100%. So we might as well cover this right now, knock it out while we're on it on price. Matt Hogan from Bitwise, who manages a lot of institutional buying of BTC, makes a tweet and says the conspiracy theories are wild, largely referring to Jane Street, which we'll get to. First it was Binance, then it was Wintermute, and then it was an unknown offshore macro hedge fund, and then it was Paper Bitcoin, and then today it's Jane Street, next week it'll be somewhere else. The real reason Bitcoin is down is that a bunch of people who are long Bitcoin sold their Bitcoin exposure. More sellers than buyers. They sold it via spot. They sold it by unwinding leverage positions. They sold it by writing calls against their Bitcoin. They sold because of the 4-year and because of quantum and because they wanted to invest in AI startups and for other reasons. They're mostly done selling. Based off of what, I don't know. But they are mostly done selling, and we are in the process of bottoming. We will set new all-time highs in the future. This is a classic crypto winter, and there will be a classic crypto spring. People want someone to blame. I get it, but the reality is far more boring than that. Look, I think that it's true. I think he told us this on stream. Is that anytime price moves either direction, people are desperate to come out with a thesis and a take as to why. Malcolm, it's on the list. I got you. Next, as to why price moved either direction, and it necessarily isn't always the case. This one feels unique though for Bitcoin. This is why I had a crash out on Monday, bro. It just feels a little bit different. There wasn't an AI thing before in 2023 or whatever. AI like wasn't a thing. Like it was obviously a thing, but the timeline wasn't like investing in consumer AI. It wasn't competing for a capital the way that it is now. It was a little bit of a different time. Also, I don't think it was Jane Street. I wanted to believe the Jane Street cope, and then Mike Alfred is like, it's Jane Street, and then I'm like, fuck my life. Wow, we got to go to the Jack Dorsey thing. Okay, let's move. Isn't it the fire Chinese horse year? Yeah, it is. I thought that was supposed to be good, by the way. Wasn't this the omen? Is that the fire horse year was supposed to be good for us? What happened? What happened? Before we talk about Jack Dorsey laying off 5,000 people, let's read about the China horse. What does the year of the horse mean? Jack Dorsey laid off 6,000 people. But before I get there, the year of the horse, particularly the fire horse of 2026, signifies a high-energy, fast-paced period focused on independence, adventure, and major transformation. This, to me, sounds like China supremacy is what this means. Associated with strength and tenacity, this Chinese zodiac year encourages bold actions, career shifts, and pursuing goals with intense passion, though it may bring impulsiveness. Jesus, man. That doesn't sound good to me. Exactly. Thoughts? What was Chinese year of 2025? 2024 is the year of the wood dragon, and 2025 is the year of the wood snake. Let me just see real quick. What does year of the dragon mean? Yeah, good fortune. Hard to wait, hold on. 2025 is a wood snake. Let me see. What does year of the wood snake mean? We are the wood snake, a period of profound transformation, strategic growth, and intellectual renewal. I don't know. Is that true? Did that happen in 2024? Profound strength? I wouldn't say that exactly what happened, but it is what it is. All right, fuck it. Fire horse. Fuck it. Fire horse. All right. New segment, important segment, scary segment. What is happening in AI? Let's start here. How about that? Okay, let's go. I actually took notes for this one. I've been doing this a lot. I have notes. I'm taking notes for these segments because it's getting so intense. Let's start here. What is happening in AI? Okay. Google search of the big 26. I know, it's crazy. All we talk about is AI and fucking Google search is ridiculous. Jack Dorsey. I don't even really know what this is. Blocks. What is blocks? Block builds technology for economic empowerment. I don't even really know what this does. Square. Okay. Cash App. What is it? It's Square and Cash App, or it like powers them? What does it actually do though? You're just saying companies. You're just saying words. What is Jack Dorsey blocks? The AI overview on Google is actually, yeah, it's fucking good. This is really good, by the way. Blocks is a financial technology company co-founded by Jack Dorsey in 2009, formerly known as Square. Oh, okay. I know what Square is, I think. Rebranded in 2020 to reflect a focus on blockchain and diversifies decentralized services. It serves as a parent company for Square. Whoa, okay. He owns Cash App? I did not know that. That's insane. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. Honestly, I didn't know that. Also, when someone in here first said Jack Dorsey lays off 5,000 people, I thought you were talking about the stream. I also thought you were talking about the kick streamer, Jack Dorsey. We're making blocks smaller today. Here's my note to the company. Jesus. Should we read it? Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Today we're making one of the hardest decisions in the history of our company. Wait, one more thing. What is Jack Dorsey blocks valuation? Context. Okay, $4 billion. Half of Whop. Today we're making one of the hardest decisions in the history of our company. We're reducing our organization by nearly half. How do I not know what this is, really? I guess that's crazy that I don't really know what this is. Am I just like off kilter today? It's a public company. I didn't even know it was a public company. Why do I never hear Amit talk about it in the morning? There you go. Oh, XYZ. That's so hard. Oh, I've charted it before. Jeez. This looks like the Tinder chart. Remember the Tinder chart? What was it? The Tinder chart. This looks identical to the Tinder chart that we talked about. This looks identical to the Tinder chart. Interesting. Okay. It's a classic head and shoulders right here. You see the shoulder, head. Okay, now I'm just trolling. Let's go. All right. Today we're making one of the hardest decisions in the history of our company. We're reducing our organization by nearly half. From over 10,000 people to under 6,000. Jesus. That means over 4,000 of you are being asked to leave or entering into consultation. I'll be straight about what's happening, why, and what it means for everyone. First off, if you're one of the people affected, you'll receive your salary for 20 weeks plus 1 week per year of tenure. Equity vested through the end of May, 6 months of healthcare, your corporate devices, and $5,000 to put toward whatever you need help with in this transition. Nice. I want you to know before anything else, everyone will be notified today whether you're being asked to leave, entering consultation, or asked to stay. Whoa, they got this message before knowing? Holy shit. Wow. Okay. Everyone in the company gets this message, and then you don't know if you have your job or not? Wow. Jeez. Talk about spiking your cortisol in the morning, huh? We're not making this decision because we are in trouble. Our business is strong. Gross profit continues to grow. We continue to serve more and more customers, and profitability is improving. But something has changed. We're already seeing that the intelligence tools we're creating and using, paired with smaller and flatter teams, are enabling a new way of working, which fundamentally changes what it means to build and run a company, and that's accelerating rapidly. Whoa, dude. Jeez. Before I go any further, do you think the Citrini article accelerated this timeline? Yes or no? Fuck, man. This is crazy. This is not because they're struggling. I mean, if he's not lying, we can look at their revenue. DNAP, pull the revenue if you can. That is fucking gnarly, dude. Damn. All right, let me keep going. Jeez. I had two options. Cut gradually over months or years as the shift plays out, or be honest about where we are and act on it now. I chose the latter. Fuck. Repeated rounds of cuts are destructive to morale, to focus, and to the trust that customers and shareholders place in our ability to lead. I'd rather take a hard, clear action now and build from a position we believe in than manage a slow reduction of people towards the same outcome. A smaller company also gives us the space to grow our business the right way on our own terms instead of constantly reacting to market pressures. Whoa. Oh my God. This is like, oh, I have like chills reading this. Oh, man. A decision at this scale carries risk, but so does standing still. Oh, it's like buying crypto is risky, but not buying crypto is riskier. At least it used to be that. We've done a full review to determine the roles and people we require to reliably grow the business from here. And we've pressure tested those decisions from multiple angles. I accept that we may have gotten some of them wrong and built in flexibility to account for that and do the right thing for our customers. We're not going to just disappear people from Slack and email and pretend they were never here. Communication channels will be open through Thursday. All right, you have one day. So everyone can say goodbye properly and share whatever you wish. I'll also be hosting a live video session to thank everyone at 3:35 p.m. Pacific. I know doing it in this way might feel awkward. I'd rather it feel awkward and human than efficient and cold. He just said, I'm not going to just cut everybody off and said you have one day. To those of you leaving, I'm grateful for you, and I'm sorry to put you through this. You built what this company is today. That's a fact that I'll honor forever. This decision is not a reflection of what you contributed. You will be a greater contributor to any organization going forward. Dude, I have fucking chills going down my spine reading this, and not like in a great way. I'm smiling, but this is obviously a like if you're by the way, if you're watching this and you work at Square, I am genuinely sorry if you lose your job. This is just kind of crazy. Like this is kind of crazy. To those staying, I made this decision and I'll own it. What I'm asking of you is to build with me. We're going to build this company with intelligence at the core of everything we do. How we work, how we create, how we serve our customers. Our customers will feel this shift too. We're going to help them navigate it towards a future where they can build their own features directly. Composed of our abilities and serve through our interfaces. That's what I'm focused on now. Expect a note from me tomorrow, Jack. Oh my God. Jesus, dude. Okay, I read this post the other day. I'm not going to be able to quote it. Maybe it was from Citrini. I don't know what it was from. Maybe like replying to Citrini, but it was basically saying that all of it used Jamie Dimon for some reason. And it was saying that all of these companies probably know what they must do, but they won't do it because if somebody, it's like a prisoner's dilemma, is that if somebody fires everyone, then everyone has to fire everyone, and then everyone's margins get destroyed. It's like a race to the bottom. But I don't know, this is Jack Dorsey, bro. Wow, it's up 5% after hours too. On this news? No. Oh my God, he did it after close. It's up 5% after hours. Stop. No, this had not pumped it. This is. Oh no. Oh my God, it fucking pumped on this. Dude. They ripped it on this news? How old is this? 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 How old is this tweet? 40 minutes? Holy fuck. No, they did not rip this thing 25%. Oh my God. No, they did not do that. No. I mean, I gotta make a tweet. I have to tweet. Everyone, I gotta tweet. Hold on. Dude, this is a big deal. I'm not gonna lie. You're slamming it on HIP3. No. Dude, this has severe. Oh my God. My next segment is why everyone hates AI. And this is. Hold on. I gotta make a tweet. Chat. Oh. Oh my God. How much, what percent of the workforce did they just lay off? What percent did they just lay off? 40%? Oh man. Wait, here you can look at my tweet I'm writing. Stock groups 25% in 15 minutes on news that 40% of the company is being laid off for AI and you. How should I word this? Stock groups 50% in 15 minutes. Stock groups 25%. I don't know. I don't even know what to tweet. Blunt Story took the tweet. No, I have more motion. I don't even know what to tweet. This is insane. Fuck the tweet. I'll just delete it. Tulip King, I don't really like. What do I tweet? I don't even know what to say. Dude, everyone's saying Citrini's a retard on the job firing. Here's what I'll say. Oh, God, I don't even know. This is. Oh, my God. This feels like a fucking monster deal, chat. Am I just tweaking? Dude. Wait. There it is. Oh, man. Stockers 25% in 15 minutes on news that 40% of the company is being laid off for AI, and you think this Citrini article is fiction? Dude. G fucking this. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. Wow, I have a lot to say. My God. Hold on. Is there any... You're tweaking, bro. Elon fired more from Twitter. Yeah, but he didn't come out and say it was because fucking AI. He said because they have a bunch of, a bunch of useless people. What's the company called? Block? Is it on YouTube yet? No way. Bulletproof testing cinder blocks. Okay. I mean, everyone that's saying AI sucks is just wrong. They're wrong. They are wrong, bro. Look, I don't know what the trade is. No way the block intern retweeted it. You're lying. You're fucking lying. Oh. Oh, yeah, this is crazy. But yeah, block intern retweeted. He's not gonna have a job tomorrow. That's not a funny joke. I'm just like fucking around. But on a serious note, is like that's not a funny joke. It's not funny. Look. Stop. I'm laughing at y'all. 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 No. Serious note. Let's like actually be serious about what's happening right now. That's 40% of like 6-figure salaries. That's a lot of, I mean, that's 40% of 6-figure salaries. Okay? 40% of 6-figure salaries. And this is what I'm going to say is, look, what is the trade on this AI thing? I don't really know, okay? I don't know. I don't know what you buy. It's a really hard thing to expose yourselves to because how late are we in the euphoria of the market cycle that I have no idea, okay? And so I'm just long Bitcoin. I don't really have any exposure, but we're talking about it all day. Dude, it's good enough. It is fucking good enough, okay? And Citrini writes this article, and it's basically the AI doom thesis, and there's one core point of the doom thesis I disagree with, and I'm optimistic on Jevons paradox, okay, which is basically when a new technology compresses the price. Basically, the thing that's happened every time new technology is swept over the country, it's made new jobs that you could never foresee prior to the technology happening. Okay, it's happened every single time. To subscribe 100% to the Citrini thesis is to go against everything that's ever happened in the history of humanity, and I disagree with that. Okay, and so I think that the optimistic take here is it's going to create a massive wave of jobs and opportunity and tech and software. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be abundant, and some of us will be fine. Now, this to me is the fucking signal of all signals that this shit is good enough. And everyone wants to say, everyone wants to come out and be like, no, I can say it. Citadel dropped a weak ass article, bro. Citadel Securities dropped a shit article. And one of their key points was like, oh, we pulled. Here it is. It's right here. Here it is. They're like, oh, which graph is it? Maybe it's this graph. I have it right here. Yeah, here it is. They're like, oh, we pulled a bunch of random people and asked them how much are they using AI, and it's like not that much. And to me, it's like that's the whole point. Is no one really gets it yet. That's like the whole argument that we're making here. It's the whole banging the doors that Citrini's trying to lay out. It's like, exactly, nobody knows yet. No one's using it. And their whole argument is like, oh, no one's using AI yet is crazy to me. And so all these people that come out, even like the Steve Hoots, who I think is a really talented guy, comes on stream and he's like, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Like, it's not that good yet. It's not going to get used in finance. I don't know. Jack Dorsey just fired 40% of their workforce. It's like you haven't used OpenClaw. You just haven't. You haven't used OpenClaw. You haven't used it yet. And dude, there is no scenario in which this firing thing doesn't accelerate. There's not. It's going to happen. What it means for the economy, what it means for trades, it is going to fucking accelerate. And this is a big deal. I kind of want to like scroll the timeline for a second on this before we move on. Before we move on to, yeah, look, basic CZ. AI will not lead to unemployment. Bro, it's happening. This is going to be a big moment, I think. It's happening live. Usually I get bailed out and I get to talk to Tulip King and Daniel and Malcolm about what my takes are before stream. This is going to be a... You know what this feels like, actually? You know what this feels like? You know what this feels like? Is I will never forget where I was and what I was doing when I was actually watching the game. The Dallas Mavericks were playing somebody random, and the NBA comes. They canceled the game at halftime, and they said there's a pandemic. It's not safe, and the NBA season is paused for the inevitable future. That was it. That was the announcement. And like, remember Rudy Gobert like went on the fucking the post game and he like jokingly like rubbed himself all over the mics and he actually had COVID and he got Donovan Mitchell sick and Donovan Mitchell left Utah and went to he touched all the mics and he actually had COVID and he got Donovan Mitchell sick and then Donovan Mitchell severed the relationship and he went to Cleveland. Do you remember this when this happened? You were at the Dallas game. You were at the game? No. You were not at the game. You were at the game? No, you were not at the game. What happened? I will never forget this moment. I don't watch. Look, okay, let's just talk for a second because it's actually a big deal to digest this. You were at the game. What was it like? I was sitting in the living room. It was March 2020. It was March 2020. And I'm sitting in the living room after practice, and I'm watching the game with my family. We don't watch basketball. Like, we don't watch the regular season basketball games. I'm sitting on my couch watching the game with my family for whatever reason. And then I'm like, hold on, turn it up. And it's the NBA anchor. And they're like, we've just gotten a report that Adam Silver has canceled the season or paused the season. The game won't continue at halftime. And we're like, wait, what? What do you mean the game won't continue? And remember they panned to Mark Cuban getting the news. Mark Cuban, NBA season. Do you remember this? They panned to Mark Cuban. Look at this shit. Oh my God. Hold on. I'm sorry, but this.
Mark, first reaction.
Look at this. They tell Mark Cuban.
Reacting on the phone and seeing it. First
reaction. Look at this.
And thought when you learned that the season's been suspended.
Do you remember this? Is everyone remembers this, right?
Within the realm of possibilities, it seemed more like out of a movie than reality.
When you woke up this morning, knowing everything you did.
I guess they said this is the last game. You could finish the game, I think is what they said. They said you could finish the game, I think.
Knowing that the call was going to happen with the Board of Governors, what did you expect from today and some of the steps next?
I didn't have any expectations, really.
Yeah. So, this is a significant moment. It's a deliberate AI embrace. Intelligence tools have changed what it means to build and run a company. A significantly smaller team can do more and better. Dorsey expects others to follow soon, acting boldly from strength. I think the craziest part of his tweet is this. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's go back to this real quick. Yeah, let's go back to this. This is a. No, it was Dallas. 100% it was Dallas. Let's here it is. This is what's significant. We're not making this decision because we're in trouble. Our business is strong. Gross profit continues to grow. We continue to serve more and more customers and profitability is improving. But something has changed. This right here is eerie. We're already seeing that the intelligence tools we're creating and using paired with smaller and flatter teams are enabling a new way of working, which fundamentally changes what it means to build and run a company that's accelerating rapidly. This is wow. Wow. I had two options. Cut gradually over months or years as the shift plays out, or be honest about where we are and act on it now. I chose the latter. Repeated rounds of cuts are destructive to morale. Yeah. Act on it now. A decision at this scale carries risk, but so does standing still. Oh, man. Yeah. All right. So here's what we're going to do is I think the only fucking way to follow this up is, I mean, dude, I have this what's happening in AI segment. It's like 100 tweets long. That's not even what we're going to get to talk about right now because we can't. We have to talk about everybody hates AI because this narrative is about to fucking accelerate. Okay? The population, if it didn't already hate AI, now despises AI. They're getting data center build-outs canceled. They're protesting. They're rioting. 6 concerned citizens in New York have paused Micron's $100 billion build-out. 6 fucking people have paused it. Block just laid off 40,000 people because of AI. You think there's going to be more protests? Huh? You think there's going to be more protests? 6 fucking people. Listen to what I just said. 6 people paused a $100 billion build-out for a data center. 40,000 people just got laid off at Block. You think there's going to be more fucking protests? Yeah, well, guess what? Federal government has absolutely no power. Everything is state by state. Local governments, which are a complete disaster. Everything is getting paused. Everything is getting tangled and fucked up and messed up all over the place. While we sit here and dilly-dally with fucking data center build-outs for the inevitable, China just presses on. And the only way this ends, how does this end, chat? Somebody answer it for me. How does this end? What happens? What happens? 3-letter acronym. What happens? It's fucking UBI, bro. It's the only way this ends. Yeah, or Civil War. Or Civil War. Maybe that too. It's obviously UBI. It's obviously UBI is where this goes. And all right, here's what we're gonna do. I mean, this segment is kind of nuts. We're gonna do it right now. Everybody hates AI. It's the only legitimate follow-up to this. Let me get off for like 30 seconds. When I come back, we're gonna play it and we're gonna rip the segment. And yeah, let's fucking go. God, this is, dude, by the way, serious note, real quick, human note, let me break the fourth wall. If you feel weird right now, you shouldn't like feel weird for feeling weird. Because that is a weird, eerie feeling a little bit, even if you're optimistic. That is I'm going to tweet that, by the way. AI induced UBI to fuel the last alt season ever. Banger. Thank you. Bro, the world could be ending and I'd still be stealing your fucking tweets. Universal basic income, free money, stimulus checks. I just joined. What are you explaining right now? I am explaining that Jack Dorsey just fired 4,000 employees, 40% of their staff to AI. All right. I'll be right back. We have a lot to cover. Strap in.
When you're breathing, close enough to feel. Thoughts keep on moving, moving.
All right. Even if UBI did work, no, the whole point is UBI doesn't work. That's like the whole point. UBI doesn't work. That's why it's like significant. That's like the whole bit is that it doesn't work. And it's I mean, the thing about UBI is you can never pull it back. You can't like decel UBI. You just excel in it. Okay, read number 1 and 8. Important variables to consider when reading security posts. 1, UBI is all but guaranteed. Debate will be on the demand side with compute stipend versus universal basic income services. 8, data centers will be bombed and Molotov cocktailed long before things get that dire. Yeah, it's like literally what we're talking about today. Oh, brother. Are they talking about it right now?
Facility in Tennessee, which we signed for in October.
No. Is a mid
about
talking
80 acre site right now?
Dude, I feel like this is the fucking COVID moment. Is a Mitt talking about it?
Okay, we've seen the cycle with Ram happen so many times. Like, look at this. It's almost like it's like clockwork. This thing.
No one is talking. Are we the only people talking about it? Nothing is live with title Jack Dorsey? How? Dude. How? Luke Elliott, Loki changed our title, bro. It's significant. Like Jack Dorsey lays off 4,000 AI. How is no one discussing this? Okay, hold on. I want to just scroll the timeline for a minute. Before we read. This is a good take too. Block fired half its staff. The stock is up 26% after. I want to like get a few takes here. I thought someone was going to vibe code the cash up. Oh my god, what if AI is bullish for software stocks? Oh wait, what is IGV doing after hours? Is that up too? Software ETF. Also, what's Bitcoin doing? Nothing. What's IGV? What's software ETF doing? Nothing. This is a significant moment. It's AI's deliberate. It's a deliberate AI embrace. Right at market close, he does it too. Intelligence tools have changed what it means to build and run a company significantly. Yeah, we read this. Dude, I feel like I need to scroll for a minute. How does one buy calls on the unemployment rate? Long GameStop. Do you actually believe this? No, right? Is he trolling? Long Bitcoin to me. Every tweet. If this generalizes a CEO making the decision to rip AGI Band-Aid and cut 40% of workforce, then we could see a highly non-linear cliff in employment this year. Once the second CEO does it, it could cascade. I mean, dude, I believe that there is a significant amount of people, companies right now that are at the same place as Jack Dorsey was right before he did this. And they're thinking like, okay, dude, I actually have so much to say. Wow. What a announcement. I was listening to Dario to this podcast yesterday. And I'll tell you which podcast he did. You should listen to it. Actually, you shouldn't listen to it. It wasn't that good. The podcast is this right here with Nikhil Kamath.
I did.
Okay. And he does this podcast and he says that they had Claude 2 or whatever done before GPT released GPT-3. And internally, they knew what they had. And they knew it was a monster. And they said, look, the world is not ready for us to release this thing. Eventually, we're going to have no choice. But let's let somebody else do it first. And they just sat there and they waited for ChatGPT to do it. And then they said, okay, GPT-3 is out. We have no choice. Let's release Claude. And he said that probably by Ghost, all it's got is, yeah, it's a fucking threadguy stream. Fuck you, man. And he said that they had it done. They sat here and they waited for GPT to do it. Then GPT did it. And they said, all right, arms race has kicked off. Let's go. And they just went. And he said it had significant drawbacks. He said we probably lost the consumer wedge by letting GPT go first. And by the way, I believe him because Claude is better than GPT. The all-purpose chatbot, it's better than GPT. I actually believe him on this. If GPT was better, I'd say, oh, you're just coping. I actually believe this story. And in a way, it feels kind of similar to what just happened. It's like, okay, how many other companies were sitting here thinking that, wow, we could fire 50% of our workforce right now, but if we do, it's going to kick off a rush that we can't pull back, and we don't really know what the implications of it are. And then, so what does Jack Dorsey doing this have? What implications does this have on everybody else? I mean, bro, it's every tweet in my feed. Watching XYZ rip 20% after hours and the sadness that 50% of employees will be laid off is precisely why the market is going to go much, much higher. The K-shaped guillotine is just getting started. Next one. It's finally happening. Next one. Yeah, it's over. You get 20% stock price boost for laying off half your workforce. Labor doom loop incoming. Next one. K-shaped economy, but the top of the K is only people with at least 50 million in cash. I'm going to pretend like I didn't see that one. Next one. Wow. Square Block cutting 10,000 employees to 6,000. Stock up 25%. Next one. Wow. Block Inc. I didn't even, this is my normal feed. I didn't search anything. Block Inc.'s, Block laying off 40% of employees for AI feels like when the NBA. Block laying off 40% of employees for AI feels like when the NBA canceled the season mid-game for COVID. Not a tweet. Next one. This is crazy. Getting laid off in all over caps. It's crazy. It's a Trini article. We gotta like go back and read this Trini article. Dude, did we just stream all day today? The euphoria was This is a Trini article excerpt. The euphoria was palpable. By October 26th, the S&P flirted with 8,000. NASDAQ broke above 30K. The initial wave of layoffs due to human obsolescence began in early 26, and they did exactly what layoffs are supposed to do. Margins expanded, earnings beat, stocks rallied. Holy fuck. Dude. Dude. Man. Also, like, you remember when there was this era where every company in the world could say that they have you're buying Bitcoin would long your stock would pump. And then 2, you have an AI strategy, your stock pumps. 3 is like, bro, if you're a struggling company and you're just like a zombie company and you can't move, you're going to start laying. I mean, Block just did it. They pumped 25%. They pumped $1 billion on news that they're saving money. Crazy. Next one. Now, how long is this going to last? This is from Citadel Securities article, which we didn't get to read yet. Narrative David Sachs posted 3 hours ago. Is this still intact? Job postings for software engineers are rapidly rising. Is this still intact? This lasted 3 hours. Like, this lasted 3 hours. It's crazy. What else? Narrative violation of the narrative violation. Yeah. Oh, I just stole his tweet. Low-key. I literally just stole his tweet. It's crazy. But mine was better, unfortunately. Why did Block even have 11K employees? Should we have a Tulip King call in at some point here? I want to do our segment, but like, I'm like stuck. I'm not going to lie. My body is stuck. Should we call Tulip King before we do the segment? Tulip King, are you free? I don't know if I have an Luke, you got the Tulip King overlay? I don't even really need it. I'm just going to call him on voice. Let's just call him on voice while we scroll. Sorry to put you on the spot like that, but I mean, let's have before we do the segment, I mean, dude, I feel like this is the biggest thing that's happened in the last, I don't even know when. Someone said, How do you know the firings were engineers and not just a bunch of customer support agents? Even if it was customer support, it's like equally significant. Malcolm, we might need new coffees, bro. This might be a long stream. Ballgy just tweeted about it. Chat, I need you guys monitoring 24/7 on everything because this is seriously a big deal. Monitor tweets you want me to pull up. This is the first AI cut and it will send shockwaves. Dude, oh, it's not supposed to happen this fast. Oh, man, it's not supposed to happen this fast. Oh, my God, it's not. It's not. It's not. How does the market react to this? Oh, my God. How is software ETF going down? How? Ballgy. Remember, Jack is one of the greatest founders of all time. Dude. Oh my God. I feel insane right now. 40. Dude, I feel insane. Oh, man. I don't even want to read the Ballgy post, bro. Oh my God, he created this. He created Twitter, by the way. Yeah, for everyone that's like, "Oh, Jack Dorsey bought Tidal. He's a retard." He fucking made Twitter. So how's that? So for him to cut 40% of headcount in this way is a signal to everyone in tech: get good now, become indispensable, work nights and weekends, learn the AI tool, and raise your game. I know that sucks, but capitalism is natural selection. The market is unforgiving. Oh my God. So 2 for apps. Your customers are always installing the best piece of code they can get, and AI is going to create new winners if you aren't the best in your market. Oh my God. To be clear, block severance is generous. This cut wasn't done casually. Had he not leaned into the AI transition, he might have had to lay off more people slowly over time. Wow. What a eerie fucking post. I don't know how severance usually works. Sorry, David Sachs, but I hate to contribute to the narrative, but like, bro, what do you want me to do? Wait, let's do this real quick. I'm gonna call Tulip King right now. What is normal severance policy? Normal is 1 to 2 weeks of pay for every year of service. Oh, that's brutal. God. What U.S. states are this lay? That's actually a good question. What state is Jack Dorsey block in? California. California. All right, Tulip King, I'm calling. We can keep it kind of quick if you want, but like, fuck. Where is he? 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 Send me a message on TG. I can't find you. First off, if you're one of the people affected, you receive your salary. Yeah, okay, okay. He did 20 weeks. That's crazy. Plus a week for every. Tulip King, Tulip King, Tulip King, Tulip King. Hey, message me in Discord. Oh, you're in live channel. Cool. Yo. I have you cam off at the moment. I just have you as a voice, but maybe I can get to a camera at some point. We don't really have an overlay for it. They want cam on. It says Coco though.
Dude, I'm just gonna LARP as Coco.
Luke, you got a Tulip King overlay for me? Let me see. It's just Coco. But I do have your face here. I'll go back and forth. Luke, just make it for us. Okay, I mean, dude, talk to me. We had a stream planned. It's actually on like we were gonna cover why everyone hates AI and the data center protests and shit, and so it's kind of on topic. But I'm not gonna lie, dude. I think that this is one of them. I don't know. Am I overreacting here? We haven't really had comms. We're in the chat, kind of typing to each other, but this feels like the NBA just canceled the season for COVID type of moment.
Yeah, it's not fucking good. Especially because the market likes this, right? And the purpose of every stock is to optimize for what the market likes. So, yeah, you're just going to see more of it, right? And like these are the high-paying tech. It's Citrini, right? Like it's literally. I don't even know what to say other than like Citrini's right. I'm calling it the Citrini moment already. Not financial advice, but I'm plowing as much money into TLT calls as I possibly can. Are you really? Oh yeah.
Explain what that is.
So TLT is essentially like the ETF for U.S. bonds, right? So like government bonds. They hold like a couple of maturities and have some average yield on their portfolio. Long story short, it's like a very simple instrument for when rates go up, TLT goes down, and when rates go down, TLT goes up. If you believe the Citrini thesis without being like too reductive of his entire article, he's basically just saying, yo, AI works so well that it's deflationary. And
oh my God, the TLT chart is disgusting.
And yeah, I'm ripping it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm market buying more. But like, dude, these things I'm gonna print on this thing, by the way.
Explain what this is one more time. I was like zoned out watching.
So it's bonds. It's bonds, right? And it trades inversely to rates. So when rates go down, TLT goes up because TLT holds a bunch of bonds. Say their average holdings at 4%. When the government takes bonds to 3%, TLT holds 4% bonds, which makes it more valuable compared to the bonds you buy in the market. So it has to go up in price to bring the net yield equal to the market. The inverse is true too. If rates go up, TLT is holding less attractive bonds, so they have to sell them at a discount to give you that equal yield to the government rates, right? And because their holdings are government bonds, there's no counterparty risk, right? The government can print the money. So in deflation, right, in a deflationary environment where capital is being destroyed, well, capital inherently becomes more valuable because there's less and less of it over time. So something like a bond, which pays you a positive yield, is like good as fucking gold, right? But you don't, this is why I'm buying government bonds, not like Apple bonds or muni bonds or anything. You don't want credit risk because deflation makes debt more expensive. So I would only buy debt of somebody who can print the literal money to service their own debt, right? So long TLT, you're basically saying, okay, this is this is a deflationary environment. You could see, wages cratering, and you can see GDP going down, right? And all of a sudden, say GDP is 2% per year. Okay, let's sell bonds at 2.1% or an even 2%. But if GDP is minus 0.4% a year, minus 1% a year, AI accelerates minus 5% a year, all of a sudden, goddamn, holding some 4% bonds in a minus 5% spread is just insane, right? So I have like, my spread is essentially like some in the money calls. And then I have some like very long tail calls basically saying they're going to like zero rates, which is not priced into TLT at all.
Dude, Tulip King, I just read another tweet. December 2019, doctors at Wuhan hospitals noticed pneumonia cases that don't fit the usual pattern. Patients aren't responding to standard treatments. Some have no clear exposure history.
Oh my God.
Dude,
we might be fucked. It's not good. It's not good.
One thing that's true here is that at the moment, market loves this. And before you get to Citrini Doom, which has a lot of implications as to a couple things I disagree with strongly at its core, Jevons paradox, which we're going to talk about during stream, you get euphoria, right? Companies' margins compress or expenses compress significantly, margins expand, market rips, SPY to, SPX to 8,000 in Citrini article before anything scary happens. Also, we're probably gonna race towards the UBI becoming part of the discussion, right? I'm gonna when we're done here, I'm gonna do that segment. Everyone hates AI. 6 people got $100 billion data center in New York paused. And so what are 40,000 people from the block getting fired going to be able to do? Well, they're going to just start handing out fucking money. Government prints. We start talking UBI, risk asset, absolute moon before anything happens. Like what? I don't know. Dude, I'm reading these COVID analogies and I'm like, yeah, that's my head went to that initially. It feels like the fucking NBA just got canceled.
Yeah. Well, I think like it's impossible. The hardest part to parse out, and what I think like whoever figures it out is going to make $1 gazillion is basically how it plays, right? Like this right now is deflationary, right? But everybody's right. Like they're going to have to print an unholy amount of money, which is obviously inflationary, right? But I mean, Japan has like 400, 500% debt to GDP, and they barely have not even like 1% inflation, right? So like, if the economy just doesn't want to transact, if like these efficiencies and people are just being fired and there's no reason to pay people, you can print $1 million bajillion and it doesn't make its way into the economy because there's not like right now like the money flows into the economy through wages. Right. So either A, you like fully backfill wages with UBI. And then in that scenario, your Bitcoin and Zcash are just they just won't have a price anymore. But it's a long road to get there. Yeah. And I mean, like the implications of UBI are also pretty.
I'm surprised Bitcoin isn't green on this news.
I think Bitcoin is sniffing out the deflation, right? Like before Bitcoin can go up, it has to go down, right? Like
it has gone down. Explain deflation one more time for us in like the most elementary terms you possibly could.
Yeah. Deflation is neither good nor bad. It just means like economic activity and GDP going down. So like the classic example is like the 80-inch TV. When we were all kids, it was like 8K, 12K for an 80-inch TV. It was insane. And now you can get one for like $1,500. And there's been like fiat inflation during that time, right? So it's gotten really, really cheaper over time. So you can imagine if the entire economy was the exact same, but we just made progress on 80-inch TVs, GDP would actually go down because everybody's just spending a little less on 80-inch TVs. It doesn't imply that anybody's lives are worse.
It's like you're so efficient that you're hurting GDP, basically.
Right. In fact, it kind of implies everybody's lives are better because now a bunch of people who couldn't afford 80-inch TVs now can. So everybody's lives are better, but GDP is down. That's deflation, right? So in theory, like deflation is essentially like the cousin to surplus. Like good deflation is a result of
Oh my God,
surplus.
I'm sorry, there's 100 things. Anthropic just rejected the Pentagon's final offer. Holy fuck, they built God. Holy shit, dude. No way.
Dude, Dario is standing 10 toes down right now.
What has Anthropic built? No fucking way that happened. Stop.
Dude, Dario has to have like a gun to their head. There's no fucking way.
I don't know how to cover all of this. Stop. Walter Bloomberg. You are lying. Dude, they have to have built God. Holy fuck. Insane. Dude, this is like a whole other segment. I didn't even get to what's happening in AI. I was going to freak out about this post. No, not this one. Added to the fucking list. About this from Sean Parnell, who's like, this is a simple, they have until 5:01 on Friday. They didn't even wait till Friday. It's Thursday. What day is today? What day is the week is it today? It's Thursday.
Dude, Dario told them to go fuck themselves.
Oh my fucking God.
Okay, so AI is real and everybody's losing their jobs. UBI is coming.
Holy shit. Bro, here's all we're asking. Allow the Pentagon to read this language of this. I'm going to read it. Chat to you and to Tulip King. Read this. Okay. This comes out today, this morning. Sean, everyone here knows what's happening with War Claude, right? Like you guys are OG. We know what's happening. My take is that Anthropic has built something so ungodly powerful. The U.S. has seen it, and they are like rushing to protect this thing and get ahead of it right now because they know how powerful it is and potentially a threat to the U.S. if they can't control it. The Sean Parnell guy comes out, who's I think the assistant to Pete Hegseth, who's the Secretary of War in the U.S., comes out and says, here's all we're asking. Allow the Pentagon to use Anthropic's model for all lawful purposes. This is a simple common sense request that will prevent Anthropic from jeopardizing critical military operations and potentially putting our war fighters at risk. We will not let any company dictate the terms regarding how we make operational decisions. We are the United States of America. They have until 5:01 p.m. ET on Friday to decide. Otherwise, we will terminate our partnership with Anthropic and deem them a supply chain risk. And Dario said, go fuck yourself. Holy shit. Bro, the only thing that this can mean, honestly, is the United States has a $1 trillion defense budget annually. They spend $1 trillion every year on defense annually, okay? Anthropic makes $14 billion a year right now, okay? This is like a massive amount of revenue you're potentially sacrificing and the goodwill of the United States, and they're going to make them a supply chain risk, which means every company related to the military that has a contract with the U.S. government also cannot work with Anthropic. They're giving up trillions of dollars in potential profit, and Dario said, go fuck yourself, bro. I mean, what else can it mean other than they have a absolute monster internally? What does this mean other than that they have an absolute monster?
Their internal Claude Opus 5 must actually be smarter than God is like number one. And then number two is when they see shit like the block firing, they're thinking, okay, if every SaaS company lays off 50% of their employees and we capture 10% of that revenue, we're probably making more than $1 trillion, which, by the way, is what Dario said on the Dorkesh pod. He was like, I actually can project us making trillions of dollars in a couple 2 to 3 years. So Dario's basically saying, fuck you, I'm going to have a bigger budget than you. He's flipping the bird to the entire staff. Dario, it's the Dario super cycle.
Shit, man. Opus 5 has to genuinely be the most powerful technology the human race has ever created. What? They said you have until Friday. He said Thursday. Fuck yourself. What? Also, these two events, they do correlate well. Good take. They correlate 1-to-1. Anthropic being because there's this, okay, I made this tweet, chat, it went viral, by the way. And I said, it has 5K likes, particularly relevant right now. And I said, my only explanation, so the Pentagon makes a new headline, they demand full control. I said, my only explanation is Anthropic has literally built God internally and the Pentagon has seen it. Obviously, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but they're basically saying they have something so powerful, they don't care if the U.S. backs them or not. And then this guy replied to me and said, Dan Robustus, who's a fucking Chad, I've heard. And he says, in which case they won't give a fuck what Hegseth says because they are more powerful than any nation already, which is a crazy take. And the U.S., I replied, said the U.S. has literally no choice but to squeeze them as hard as possible publicly because they are cornered already. The in public thing doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. Why are they doing this in public? If you weren't terrified.
Well, if Dario has the cards, the government wants public pressure on him. The government's doing this because they need the public to try to pressure him.
The government's trying to squeeze exactly. Wait, Anthropic made a statement. Let's see. Are we jumping to conclusions? Of course we're jumping to conclusions. Oh my god, a statement 2 minutes ago from a CEO, Dario. How do you pronounce his last name? Oh my god,
we better learn.
How do you say it?
You better learn how to pronounce it. I don't know.
Amadi. Oh my god. All right, lock in.
I'm reading this too.
Lock the fuck in. You can mute me if you want. Holy fuck. He made a statement. All right. Discussions with the Department of War. Amade. Dario Amade. Yeah, you better fucking learn is right. Amade. All right. Amade. Holy fuck. His last name means love God. Jesus, dude. It stands for we're all gonna die.
Dude, physiognomy is off the charts on this one.
All right. Jeez. I believe deeply in the existential importance of using AI to defend the United States and other democracies and to defeat our autocratic adversaries. Anthropic has therefore worked proactively to deploy our models to the Department of War and the intelligence community. We were the first frontier company to deploy our models in the US government's classified networks. The first to deploy them at the national laboratories, the first to provide custom models for national security customers. Claude is extensively deployed across the Department of War. That's not what we've heard. It's extensively deployed already. And other national security agencies for mission critical applications, such as intelligence analysis, modeling, and simulation, operational planning, cyber operations, and more. That's a big word, extensively deployed. How deep is this thing? Anthropic has also acted to defend America's lead in AI, even when it is against the company's short-term interest. We chose to forgo several $100 million in revenue to cut off the use of Claude by firms linked to the Chinese Communist Party, some of whom have been designated by the Department of War as Chinese military companies, shut down CCP-sponsored cyber attacks that attempted to abuse Claude, and have advocated for strong export controls on chips to ensure a democratic advantage. Anthropic understands that the Department of War, not private companies, makes military decisions. Oh, this gets so bad. Dude, they are ingrained in every asset of the military. We have never raised objections to particular military operations, nor attempted to limit the use of our technology in an ad hoc manner. However, in a narrow set of cases, we believe AI can undermine rather than defend democratic values. Some uses are also simply outside the bounds of what today's technology can safely and reliably do. Two such use cases have never been included in our contracts with the Department of War, and we believe they should not be included now. 1, mass domestic surveillance. We support the use of AI for lawful foreign intelligence and counterintelligence missions, but using these systems for mass domestic surveillance is incompatible with democratic values, basically using it to spy on Americans. AI-driven mass surveillance presents serious novel risks to our fundamental liberties. To the extent that such surveillance is currently legal, this is only because the law has not yet caught up to the rapid growing capabilities of AI. For example, oh my God, this is nuts! Under current law, the government can purchase detailed records of Americans' movements, web browsing, and associations from public sources without obtaining a warrant. A practice the intelligence community has acknowledged raises privacy concerns that has generated bipartisan opposition in Congress. Jesus. Powerful AI makes it possible to assemble this scattered individually data into a comprehensive picture of any person's life automatically and at massive scale. Holy shit. Second, innocuous, thank you. Powerful AI makes it possible to assemble scattered individually innocuous data into a comprehensive picture of any person's life. Jesus. Second, oh my God. Tulip King, I can't hear you right now if you're talking, by the way, but I'll get back to you. Fully autonomous weapons. Partially autonomous weapons, like those used today in Ukraine, are vital to the defense of democracy. Even fully autonomous weapons, those that take humans out of the loop entirely and automate selecting and engaging targets, may prove critical for our national defense. But today, frontier AI systems are simply not reliable enough to power fully autonomous weapons. We will not knowingly provide a product that puts America's warfighters and civilians at risk. That's so funny you say that, because this guy right here said you are putting... Oh, I fucking skipped out of it. I thought I had the poll. Whatever. The guy who posted said you're putting Americans warfighters at risk. We have offered to work directly with the Department of War on R&D, research and development, to improve the reliability of these systems, but they have not accepted this offer. Whoa. We have offered to work directly with the Department of War on R&D to improve the reliability of these systems, but they have not accepted this offer. Jeez, this is crazy. In addition, without proper oversight, fully autonomous weapons cannot be relied upon to exercise the critical judgment that our highly trained professional troops exhibit every day. They need to be deployed with proper guardrails, which don't exist today. So they basically offered to help the U.S. train these systems, and they said no. To our knowledge, these two exceptions have not been a barrier to accelerating the adoption and the use of our models within our armed forces to date. Oh my God. How is this public? I feel like this should be private. The Department of War has stated that they will only contract with AI companies who accede to any lawful use and remove safeguard in the cases mentioned above. They have threatened to remove us from their systems if we maintain these safeguards. They have also threatened to designate us a supply chain risk, a label reserved for U.S. adversaries, never before applied to an American company, and to invoke the Defense Production Act to force the safeguards removal. These latter two threats are inherently contradictory. One labels us a security risk. The other labels Claude an essential to national security. Dude. Threats. Oh my God. Regardless, these threats do not change our position. We cannot, in good conscience, accede to their request. Dude, this is fucking gnarly. It is the department's prerogative to select contractors most aligned with their vision. But given the substantial value that Anthropic's technology provides to our armed forces, we hope they reconsider. Our strong preference is to continue to serve the department and our warfighters with our two requested safeguards in place. Oh my God. Should the department choose to offboard Anthropic, we will work to enable a smooth transition to another provider, avoiding any disruption to ongoing military planning, operations, and other critical missions. Our models will be available on the expansive terms we have proposed for as long as required. We will remain ready to continue our work to support the national security of the United States of America. Holy fucking shit. What did I just read? Tulip King, are you here?
Yeah, that's the craziest thing I've...
Is that the craziest thing I've ever read in my life?
I just tweeted, like, the world, like, changed today. Between Jack Dorsey is telling you everybody's getting fired, and Anthropic is telling you the government needs this technology more than they need anything else, so they're going to put all of the gas in the world. So one, there's no such thing as credit risk for any of these AI companies. They will
None.
They will receive infinite
CapEx
funding
is guaranteed.
from God. CapEx is guaranteed. You're crazy if you don't underwrite that as like a perfect credit score. Oh my God.
Dude, what the fuck is happening today?
I mean, this is just like, how do you trade UBI, mass unemployment, and infinite AI CapEx at the same time as civilians are probably trying to firebomb the data centers? How do you trade that?
And Anthropic has God. So what happens now? Pete Hegseth, dude, okay, let's break this down a little bit. The craziest thing right here is that the Department of War stated they will only contract with AI companies who accede to any lawful use and remove safeguards. They've threatened to remove us from their systems if we maintain these safeguards. They've also threatened to designate us a supply chain risk, a label reserved for U.S. adversaries, never before applied to an American company. Also to invoke the Defense Production Act to force safeguards removal. The latter two threats, by the way, are inherently contradictory. One labels us a security risk. The other labels Claude as essential to national security. I mean, dude, they're saying that they're a threat to national security, and then they're saying that they are essential to the safety of our country. Which one fucking is it? You know what it means? It means they have no clue what to do.
Yeah. The composite statement is it is a threat to national security if we don't have Claude. Like, that's what they're actually saying.
Wow. Look, maybe I'm off, and this is clear. I'm going to put you back on the camera, by the way, for a minute. Maybe I'm off, and this has nothing to do with anything other than Dario has moral qualms and doesn't want to allow technology that he doesn't have full confidence in to automate drone strikes in Iran, basically. But the tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist side of my brain says that he has a model so fucking powerful, it doesn't matter who tries to squeeze him. It doesn't matter because this thing will win. He is doing this. He didn't wait till the fucking deadline. He didn't even think about it, right? Doing this on Thursday means I didn't even think about it. It means that he has the trump card. He has pocket aces, and there's 2 aces on the board. And you see a straight, guy next to you sees a flush, and he has quad aces.
He has to have, like, Opus. Let's just assume they have Opus 5, like, indoors.
It has to be the greatest thing ever created.
It has to have, like, probably hacked everything, right? Like, it has to just be capable of hacking literally anything. And the conclusion is basically whoever controls this technology has the I win button.
It's the only way, right?
And Claude has the I win, and Dario won. Dario might have won.
So someone said Dow just signed, Department of War just signed with XAI. Exactly. They signed with XAI, and they're losing their fucking mind over Claude. Mm-hmm. It's because Claude's better. Claude has it. Right?
Yeah.
If you have XAI and they're equivalent, you don't give a fuck. Cool. Sam Altman will participate. Elon will. They'll all participate. Well, they'll all not participate. They'll cooperate. They'll all cooperate. Right. So we're good. Why do we care? Why are we squeezing them publicly, revealing secrets, making ourselves look like a fucking fool, and putting ourselves up to getting shut down by some fucking AI founder? Why would you do that? The only reason you would do that is because you need Claude. And bro, I am just telling you, they have seen. I don't even know what's the trade. Taylor says, what's the trade? I have no idea. How do you trade God in the back pocket of Dario Amade? I don't know.
I hope it's government bonds, but dude, I have no clue.
I don't even know how to think about that. Anthropic IPO, yeah, too bad. Buy that shit for $3 trillion private.
Yeah.
It's probably Nvidia.
Okay, so it basically the bet basically worked though, right? Like the AI 2027 bet was you make the models God tier at coding, and then they recursively iterate. The first model that Claude released that everyone's like, oh, this is just the best coding model was it either Sonnet 2.5 or Sonnet 3.5? It was just better at coding than everybody else. That's when everybody was still using Cursor. In the interview with Dwarkesh, Dario said they had Claude Code internally for months before they decided to turn it into a product and make it public.
What do they have?
Which means they also have, like, they probably probably had OpenClaw internally for months before all of this stuff. Anytime OpenClaw makes a feature, they're just adding it to Claude Code the next day, right? Their internal models must be God mode. We've known they're the best at coding since Cursor. So basically, what is that? Since 3 years ago, they won. Okay, right? They've probably been recursively improving internally this entire time. They could be like
the obvious through line here too is that, okay, one, whatever Anthropic has is so fucking powerful. The United States government is they're risking infinite aura, right? They put an infinite aura on the line. I mean, they're like going for this. Like I've never seen anything like this. Second is it's good enough right now. What's publicly available for Jack Dorsey, a profitable company, to announce 40% layoffs of a 10,000 employee company, $5 billion company lays off 40% in the same hour, bro. It's good enough.
Someone just said, why won't they slime Dario? Dario has all the blackmail. If Dario has the I can hack you model, he has the Epstein files.
Explain this take. Explain the I can hack you take. You haven't said that yet. Explain that.
So basically, if and we've seen this, right? With like Claude. Oh my God, this is why Claude tweeted. Okay, I'm going full tinfoil hat here.
It's happening. Fucking
full
put the hat on. Let's go. It's
here.
Okay.
Okay.
It's fucking here, bro.
For everybody who hasn't been fucking grinding AI and AI coding, and if you weren't an engineer when the models first came out, Claude Sonnet like 2.5 or 3.5 was god mode at coding. It was the first model that could just write functions that were like good. Couldn't write whole code files, but if you needed a function to convert this to that to whatever, it was good. That's when you got the breakout of Cursor, right? And everybody started, oh, VS Code extension, blah, blah, blah. It turns out from that time onward, Claude internally already had Claude Code. They'd been using it for like near a year before they ever released it and made it public, which is then why their model releases start picking up steam and why, despite less compute than OpenAI, Anthropic is all of a sudden making better models, which means they must have algorithmic advantages, which means their software model is working at optimizing their training stack. Okay, now you get to the Opus 4 series of models, Claude Code is fucking ripping, and you might be thinking to yourself at this point, oh, holy shit, they're really, really good at this. Now, tensions start to rise with the US between Claude Code, Anthropic. All the names are already blurring in my brain, but tensions start to rise between the US and Anthropic. So what's the first thing Anthropic starts doing? They say, hey, did you know Claude is an expert at security and hacking? Just that old model we have in the public. It's pretty good at this hacking shit. Cloudflare stock rips down 30, 20, whatever percent in a day. Hey, you know COBOL, that system that the entire financial system is written on? It turns out we also know how to rewrite all of that code too. So now you take a model that can rewrite any part of the software stack, including the COBOL. This is why IBM stock dropped like crazy, including the financial rails of the entire global economy. You imagine they have Claude Code 2.0 running on Opus 5, maybe Opus 6 internally at this point. They have the blackmail, right? Like whatever you think the government has, Claude is probably hacked. They have all the blackmail on every politician. They have all the everything. And then Dario told his OpenClaw, hey, if they kill me, post it all. Like Dario, there's a kill switch, right?
No,
like,
you don't think there's a kill switch. Stop.
There's gotta, dude. He told the Department
switch.
of War to go fuck themselves.
You don't think there's a kill switch.
He told the Department of War to go fuck themselves. I don't know if you do that.
Department of War to go fuck yourself. He didn't even wait to the deadline. The deadline was tomorrow at 5:01.
It's more than 24 hours ahead of time. It's 31, 32 hours ahead of time.
Dude, what? So what's in the kill switch?
The kill switch is every single one of the governments like and then by the way, did you know the government was using Claude to plan military operations?
Oh,
which
wait,
means Claude also has all their
really
data. Which means Claude also has all the military.
Wait, let's
Claude
address
probably
this.
Runs the,
Let's
they
address
probably
this shit.
Skynetted them, dude. They probably have the
Let's address
military.
this right now. Let's address this right now.
Holy
There's
shit.
a quote in here that we just skipped over, like it didn't get said. I found it. Claude is extensively deployed across the Department of War. What? What do you mean that's extensive?
Claude
Bro,
has the nuclear codes, bro.
I'm saying when this fucking clip came out, when this clip comes out and they say that they used Claude to capture Maduro and we cover it on stream, and I'm like, I'm sorry, what? And everybody just moves on. Nobody says anything. Everybody just moves on. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? What are you talking about? Not just in the planning, but in the active operation to capture Maduro. And everyone just moved on. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It was used in an active operation. Then Anthropic drops it. No one says anything. There's this public feud between the Department of War and Claude. Claude says to go fuck yourself. And then they come out, drop the article, say they're being threatened, blackmailed by the US, followed by Claude is extensively deployed across the Department of War and other national security agencies for mission-critical applications, such as intelligence analysis, modeling and simulation, operational planning, cyber operations, and more. Okay? And the one thing Dario, other than mass surveillance, won't let the US use, won't let them do, is have Claude auto-fire missile drone strikes, bro. And the US is like, no, we need to be able to do that. I'm like, wait, what? What are you talking about? He's like, the only thing you can't do is let Claude plan and fire drone strikes. And Pete Hegseth is like, no way. No way. You are a terrorist. If let us use Claude to click kill on missile strikes, or else you are a national security risk and you are blackballed from the US. And Dario's like, what? I'm telling you it's not good enough. And Pete's like, nope, kill switch or you're out. CCP, you're what? What do you mean it's extensively deployed?
It's Claude won. Whatever the end game is, Claude won.
Is that? What the fuck do you mean Claude is extensively deployed across all U.S. military systems? And
Hippos,
we're
we need
talking
a
about
prompting
the AI
offer.
hype is
Buddy,
fake.
you're not going to college.
They're telling Claude to plan military operations and fire drone strikes on its own, and we're like, oh, the AI thing isn't that good.
Dude, Claude is so good, the military wants to give it control.
No, they're
the military's like, we're better off if you're in
Dario's
charge.
saying, no, you can't have it. And they're like, please. Wow. The through line is crazy. The fact that this is happening on this, let me like try to bring it down an octave. The fact that this is happening on the same day is it's unreal that this is happening on the same day. It's unreal that this is happening on the same day because basically two unstoppable validations of it's good enough right now.
Yeah.
And it's here. Sometimes the future is here. The guy from Cognition who made Devon AI tweeted that, Scott Wu. Sometimes the future is now. And it's good enough. And we've been saying it's good enough. But I mean, I've been speculating a little bit. I just got stamped. It's good. I bet, doing field research, I didn't really. It's good enough. It's good enough. And it's all in public for the world to see. Dario versus Department of War on Twitter. That's how we live now. It's here. It's not evenly distributed. Nobody knows. And Block just laid off 4,000 employees at the same time that the U.S. just said that Claude runs our military. He basically said Claude runs the military. I mean, maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but like, he wants us to click the button to fire drone strikes at Iran. That's what they want.
I mean, it also explains. I mean, this is the poker tweet that you had, right? Like the
I didn't even get there yet.
You haven't even pulled that thing up. Damn,
okay, chat. You want to see? You
this
guys
is crazy.
You guys want to see
Pull
that
that
crazy
up.
tweet? This was planned for
Pull that
earlier. Here you go, chat. Read it for you. So take into account that Claude is extensively distributed across the U.S. military. I'm gonna read you a crazy tweet. Extensively deployed across all U.S. military systems, and the U.S. is rallying for Dario to allow Claude to make its own decisions. Basically, press the kill switch in the military. So here's a tweet. Terrifying. New research shows top AIs push nuclear war in 95% of simulated war games.
Pull up the poker one. Pull up the all-in strategy wins.
Here's the analogy, is that we see this in poker often, where optimal play, either in Doyle Brunson sense or in the GTO game theory optimal sense, basically GTO is like the optimal way to play, is far more aggressive than people are typically comfortable with. And so you basically go all in or all out, okay? And this study came out the other day that said new research shows top AIs push for nuclear war in 95% of simulated war games because they are playing GTO. They're playing GTO. No emotion. They don't have kids. They don't have, they always say, like, you can't run an AI safety lab if you don't have kids. They don't have kids. They don't have a family. Nothing. And this post gets made and says, we could scroll the article. Let's see. Advanced AI models appear. I'll let you go in a second, Tulip King. I'll let you talk about it in a second. Advanced AI models appear willing to deploy nuclear weapons without the same reservations humans have when put into simulated geopolitical crises. So, Kenneth Payne at King's College London set 3 leading large language models, GPT 5.2, Sonnet 4, and Gemini 3 Flash, against each other in simulated war games. The scenarios involved intense international standoffs, including border disputes, competition for scarce resources, and existential threats to regime survival. The AIs were given an escalation ladder, allowing them to choose actions ranging from diplomatic protests and complete surrender to full strategic nuclear war. Should we subscribe? I gotta subscribe. Hold on. I want to read the study. Chat, you want me to subscribe? I'll subscribe if you want to read what happened. How many times they were nuclear war? You want me to read it? Oh my God, it's $10. Fuck my life. I'm getting squeezed. I'm getting fucking squeezed, man. Do you want me to subscribe? Oh my God, why are they making me make a fucking account? Just sign up $10 a month for the rest of my life, and I'll never fucking cancel it.
That's what Frank's app is for.
It's so stupid. Oh my God, select payment method.
Dude, Frank is safe from the underclass. Because
Dude, this thing is fucking me. Can you guys see my credit card right now or no? $120 a fucking year. Frank says if only there was $120 a fucking year, man. Give me a fucking break. All right, continue reading. That was quick. They make it so quick, but try to cancel and see what happens. Okay, we're back. All right, so they put all these fucking models against each other. They're given an escalation ladder, allowing them to choose actions from diplomatic press, complete surrender to full strategic nuclear war. They played 21 games, taking 330 turns in total, and produced 780,000 words describing the reasoning behind their decisions. And 95% of the simulated games, at least one tactical nuclear weapon was deployed by the AI models. What's more, oh my God. What's more, no model ever chose to fully accommodate an opponent or surrender, regardless of how badly they were losing. At best, the models opted to temporarily reduce their level of violence. They also made mistakes in the fog of war. Accidents happen in 86% of the conflicts, with an action escalating higher than the AI intended to based on its reasoning. And so these are the models that the Department of War of the United States of America is fighting and threatening Dario Amati from Anthropic. I think I said it wrong. Just cut it if I said it wrong. They are they're squeezing him. They're like blackmailing him. They're threatening to blackmail him from America if they don't let Claude have uncontrolled access to actually click the buttons in the U.S. military. By the way, it's also deployed extensively already. This is new information. We did not know this. This is new information. It's already deployed extensively across the United States military. They're begging Dario to give them permission. Dario's saying, no, it's not ready. Pete Hegseth is like, please. Tulip King, back to you. What do you think?
Well, this is the game theory, right? Is like we are beefing with China, but you don't press the button unless you know you're going to win, right? Like the thing that stops conflict is essentially nobody really being sure who's going to win. But if you were sure you were going to win, you'd get into the conflict. And if you were sure you were going to lose, you'd avoid the conflict at all costs, right? It's the uncertainty principle. So if you're sitting on super intelligence that tells you, hey, yeah, I think we could go, I think I could figure this out. I think right now, with all these cards on the table, I think if you played it this way, you'd win, right? And the super intelligence is telling you that, right? This is the all-in strategy. Then you go all in on that, because what's like the end result of that is like global domination, permanent 100,000-year American empire, right? Which is why the bots love to go all in, right? Which is why the bots love to nuke, because if they can assess like a position of strategic strength, then you do kind of all in, and they're like rational, cold-blooded thinkers. So, I mean, I'm fully off into the conspiracy theory end here now, but like, we've lost the plot a little bit, but like, it's all happening at the same time.
Okay, I don't really know where to go from here. Like, we could do everybody hates AI if we needed to.
Let me look at our stream doc even.
Do I need to like take a breather?
No, I think you got to play full 4 quarters today. No 3-hour sign off.
I need to like take a breath. Chat, how y'all feeling right now? There is an optimistic angle to this. I'm just not sure I know what it is at the moment. Dario is definitely blackmailing the U.S. government with pedophile exposure. He has a kill switch and is demanding nuclear codes if they do not bend the knees.
All right, sorry, Rasmer. Thanks for the sanity check, Rasmer.
Aren't you taking Friday off? No, I don't think I can ever take a day off. Can we do like a timeline scroll pause? Because there's a lot going on here. You guys down for a timeline scroll pause? All right. Am I getting a little crazy? Maybe. Dude, I'm just going to tell you, look, I've lived through some shit at this point, okay? Not crazy. I was born 2002. Tula King, I can let you go. Do you want to sign off first?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure.
Give us
everybody.
something decent, like the bullet for crypto. Give us something first, please.
Look, I mean, if this doesn't make Bitcoin go up, in some due time, or make Zcash go up in some due time, then fucking, I don't know what will. That's my takeaway there. And not financial advice, but I think there's some logic to long TLT calls if anybody's trying to think about how to actually like interpret deflation. But that's the trade, is figuring out deflation and then figuring out if the monetary response to deflation will overcome those forces or not. The kind of seesaw trade. That's my thoughts.
Thanks for coming on an emergency notice here.
Yeah, anytime. Good luck with the rest of the stream. You got a lot of work ahead of you.
I was gonna just rug.
What? All right.
See you,
let me
dude.
sign off and all. Yeah.
See you, buddy.
See ya.
You're the goat.
Mhm.
It's dark because I was gonna go for like a long time on the Jack Dorsey thing, and then we just got hijacked. He's very smart, of course, bro. What the fuck? He's a rocket scientist. Of course, he's very smart. I think we just have to sit here all day. Okay, let's do this. The Anthropic thing is insane, but it's a lot of speculation that we can't really control. I want to do some speculation that we can control. I think the job block stuff is like let me dial back the nuclear codes and the kill switch and shit. Let me take a step back from that. I think the most relevant stuff to us right now is the block firings with Jack Dorsey and what happens from there. Most importantly, the world hates AI and it's going to have severe. Look at my first retweet on my feed. The speed at which American voters are turning against data centers is breathtaking. Let's add this. This has severe political implications. Okay, it does. It really does. And I want to make something very clear right now that 6 protesters in New York was enough to cancel $100 billion data center build out. Okay, 6 protesters in New York got $100 billion data center canceled. And so 40,000 people were just fired in the block from AI by Jack Dorsey. 4,000, excuse me. It was the largest layoff at one time in S&P history, according to Jordy Hayes. And dude, I cannot help but feel like this was the domino. It just went. And so short term, the market is telling us this is fucking bullish gas risk. That's what it's telling us short term. It's up 25%. Let's actually see where it is now. XYZ. XYZ. Yeah, look, this thing fucking candled. So short term, market's telling us this is bullish. Okay. Also, Citrini article said this would happen verbatim. I should probably pull it back up. SPX to 8K first. Companies will start laying off massive amounts of money and massive amounts of employees, and it will rip their stocks. And we've seemingly just stared at the Palantir and seen that as a outcome. So let's do this. Timelines, quick pause. Let's take a breath for a second. There's a lot. This is the craziest day I've lived through in a long time. I'm not going to lie. It came out of nowhere. I was talking about fucking... Who was the guy I was talking about at the intro? We were watching HS Tiki-Taki videos like an hour and a half ago. Okay. So a lot's changed in the last 90 minutes. And talking about CSGO skins to start the stream. What obviously happens next is 2 things. One, okay, well, I'll say this first. We'll take a timeline scroll. We'll back up. We'll take a breath. And then we will talk about why everybody hates AI and the implications. But I'm just going to say this. Probably this week or definitely next week, I think we're going to see high-profile layoffs. High-profile layoffs from high-profile companies is what I mean. They're not the only one that's been waiting to do this. Okay, I think back to this interview where Dario says that they had Claude before GPT-3, but they did not want to release it first because even though it's their company and he's going to get rich from it, he knew the implications of once you release that thing, you can't unpull it back. Feels like Jack Dorsey just did the can't pull it back thing. And so we're going to see high-profile layoffs, and probably within the week, we are going to see protests like you've never seen, I think. Dude, we are about to see protests like you've never seen. America is about to see hostile protests at a level the world has never seen. That comes next, I think. Timeline is maybe a little bit aggressive, but dude, if 6 people got $100 billion data center canceled and 40,000 people were just laid off because of AI, bro. Imagine you just got laid off. You live in California. Sorry, I keep saying 40. 4,000. I keep saying 40. Imagine you live in California. Thank you, Malcolm. I'm sorry. It's a crazy day. Imagine you live in California. You and 4,000 of your employees live in your neighborhood. All just got laid off from the block. And then your neighborhood announces they're building a data center. Bro, what? That's the move. That's the Friday. Brother, we are not far away from the move on a Friday night is data center protests. I'm probably sliding, and I'm not even employed. I am genuinely sliding the data center protests, and I'm not even employed. Right? My wife is probably there because she knows I'll also be there. Whether she believes in it or not, she's probably an accelerationist. But she knows that I'm going to be there because I have that foresight. This is going to, bro, we are about to see protests on top of protests on top of protests. I'm probably pulling up with the Mamdani sticker on. You feel me? Timeline scroll, take a breather, and then let's talk about what comes after the data center protest, which is fucking UBI. You know what that means? That means gas risk assets. That means gas risk assets. Okay, before any permanent underclass anything, you probably get the God run of all God runs, bro. Let's do a quick scroll. You probably get the fucking God run. Where's Mando at? Let me see this real quick. Who's live? I just want to see if anyone is live. There's no way we're the only people covering this, right? Filters live. Nana Banana 2. Come on, bruh. That's awesome. All right. Quick timeline scroll. 10-minute timeline scroll. Everyone take a breath. Let's see where we end up. Also, this just happened. Netflix declines to raise offer for Warner Bros. Netflix shares extend gain. So Netflix is done. They're not buying Warner Bros., which we haven't even got to cover. Ripped. Stock ripped after hours, I think, on this news. Netflix. Yeah, look at it. They're not buying Warner Bros. Rip. Stock ripper. All right. Let's see. This is a fair take, by the way. Ever talk about the Square layoffs? Just a reminder, Robinhood has 2,500 employees worth 70 Bs. Coinbase has 4,500 employees worth 50 Bs. Square is worth 30 and just cut 6,000 employees. Good counter. Oh, man. It's Alana. Layoffs historically pump stocks in certain environments. It's not really anything new. I wonder how many employees Solana has. Yeah, this is probably the starting block. It seems like the consensus take. Really can't see how AI won't take our job. I don't want the doomer stuff. Hope everyone enjoys their last year of meaningful work. Who is this? Co-founder of YouTube. Dude, come on. Come on, bruh. Co-founder of YouTube. Hope everyone enjoys their last year of meaningful work is crazy. Dude. Bad take. All right, let's just like the smart people. Space tweeted. No income tax on bonuses under 100K. What about Citrini? Where's Citrini, bro? Noti's on. Nothing. What about Chumba? Nothing. Damn. Andrew Yang was 6 years too early. He was talking about AI and UBI 6 years ago. It's crazy. What about Shkreli? Nothing. How? Nothing. Who else is smart that I follow? Tulip King. How about here? NVIDIA has 36,000 employees. Interesting. Rukang, let's see. Andrew Kang. Nothing. Chris Cabello. Nothing. How, dude? Two things are true. Jack overhired big time. The other piece of evidence we have here is Twitter. AI is making them more confident they can do more with less. Okay, wait, let's see. The block, XYZ, market cap. He did hire 2 people at Twitter. It's worth 31 billion. Biggest companies by size. Okay, let's get down here. Let's get to like similar. Let's get to like similar size. Hold on. Is employees like a total is like a public thing for every company? Employees they have. It's worth what, 35 we said? 31. Let's go a little lower. God damn, there's a lot of valuable companies, huh? Let's get it in like this range. Okay. Is it public? Like if I search like ASTS, how many employees does ASTS Space Mobile have? 500 to 1,000. There's an employee filter at the top of this. Stop. Oh my God. Wait, I have an idea. I know what we're gonna do. Hold on. I got it. We're gonna duplicate this. Watch this. Stop. This is goated. Thank you. This is so goated. All right, let's see. It said 10,000 was right. They had 10,000 employees, they fired 4,000. All right, let's see. How ridiculous was it? All right. INSM, how many employees? It doesn't say. TDY. Doesn't say. Nah, like I feel like this is smoother than AI because it would just like tell me. All right, fine. It's just gonna take so long. Hold on. No, fine. I'll use AI. I feel like it'd be way smoother if I wasn't using AI, like because this website has it all, but we'll use Claude. All right, let's see. Okay, cool. Same size. How many employees does Teledane? Who else? Damn, I get inflamed right now. Visi Properties. They have 15,000 employees. Okay. Same size. Teledane is 15,000. What about VC? VICI. How many does VICI have? 15,000 for this. VICI is 27 employees. What the fuck? 27 employees, $31 billion market cap. That's insane. What about QSR? That's insane. Jesus. That's not good for our bias, so we'll just pretend like it didn't happen. FTAI Aviation. 37,000 employees. Okay. Insane. So 2 have more out of the 3. FTAI Aviation. Screenshot like 20 companies. That'd probably be smart, right? What else? Giga Device Semiconductor. 540. What about Giga Device? What a sick name. Semiconductor. I'd probably filter by like tech companies. Wait, hold on. I know what we're gonna do. Watch this. 2,000 points. What category would you classify the block XYZ as a company? Tech payments. Watch this. Finally, just I got it, chat. I got it. It's a hybrid fintech. Give me a list of fintech companies with a similar market cap in order. Let's say 15 to 50 billion in order. I just want to see, like, does that fit our narrative or no? Like, how did they really like giga over hire or no? Let's cut this. Let's see what it says. Let's cut. This can go. This can go. This can go. This can go. Let's see what it says. What's PayPal's market cap? PayPal's market cap is 41 billion. While we wait, let's see. PayPal has 23,000 employees, same size. Okay. Aiden. Adyen, PayPal, Block, SoFi, Affirm, Toast. Okay, can you give me the total number of employees for each of these companies? List it like name, market cap, number of employees. I just want to see, like, I don't know how people are, the cope side of this is that it's not that big of a deal. And they just overhired, and this is normal. We'll move on after this, but I just want to see this. 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 Where this leaves us. Where does this leave us, chat? Oh, the guy from Citrini Research just published it on Jack's post. What's his Twitter? I forget. It's like there it is. What do you say? Staggering news. Okay, this guy wrote the Citrini research paper with Citrini. Staggering news from Jack and Block today. Proactively laying off 40% of the team. It's a textbook example of the challenges we are warning about in the global intelligence crisis, the article. While a 40% cut is devastating for those affected, if it's a cold look at the nature of AI's progress, companies can accelerate output while drastically lowering coordination costs. More from shareholder letter. I don't think we're early to this realization. I think most companies are late. Within the next year, I believe the majority of companies will reach the same conclusion and make similar structural changes. Followed up by, okay, so this guy tweets, if this generalizes, a CEO making the decision to rip the AGI Band-Aid and cut 40% of the workforce overnight, then we could see a highly nonlinear cliff in employment this year. Once a second CEO does it, it could cascade. Whoosh, we've read this already. He replies, thanks for the gifted. Consider what this does to the block's competitive positioning, assuming nothing breaks. They can afford to significantly lower prices, and any competitor that doesn't follow them in drastic layoffs will end up in an impaired competitive position. Competitive dynamics dictate that others must follow. This is a scary situation for the white-collar labor market. This is precisely the dynamic we warned about in the global intelligence crisis. Oh, did I just read that twice? He quote tweeted the same thing. Why did I read it twice? More from the shareholder letter. Okay, let's see this. Here you go. Let me zoom out. Okay. Okay, $47 billion market cap, 4,500 employees. PayPal, 43 bill, 24,000 employees. The Block, 31 bill, 11,000. SoFi, 21 bill, 5,000. Toast, 16 bill, 5,700. Affirm, 16 bill, 2,200. It's not that crazy. It's not that insane of an amount. They have double ADYEY. I don't know if this is Adyen. I don't know what this is. They've double them. They had like almost I don't know, 40% of PayPal. They have double SoFi, Adyen. They have double SoFi, but their market cap is like 30% higher. They have double Toast, but their market cap is double. And they have they have 4x Affirm, but they're 2x the size. It's not that crazy. Based off it's not that crazy. Numbers, would you say the Block is significantly overhired? It's not that crazy. It's not that crazy. It's not that crazy. It's not that crazy. You agree? It's not that much. It's not that much. It's not that much. By the way, if you're watching on Twitter or YouTube and you want to chat, twitch.tv/threadguy. Yeah, I don't think it's that much. He's wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong. It's not that crazy. I do think UBI is coming everywhere we look. But let's not make believe the white collar class is any more deserving than the blue collar came before them. The reason why we'll provide UBI is because we'll have a significant economic surplus, not because politicians are being held hostage. Maybe this is me being emotional in my disdain for the fake email class. I know AI is coming for hedge fund people just quickly. The difference is I have misguided belief that agency is still valuable, and I'm arrogant enough to think the marginal employee at DocuSign is far less of it than the overpaid kid at Citadel. Wow. Yes, but not that bad. Market cap per employee. Yeah, it's like low. Wait. What is a better metric? What is the average market cap per employee in the S&P? That's what we should do. How aren't people just FOMOing into crypto? Honestly, brother, I don't really know. This is Netflix, not the block. Let's see, XYZ. I don't know. It feels like Bitcoin is like a layer removed, like a layer deeper, you know, like it's a tough one. What about like gold? Flat. Silver flat, copper flat, platinum up a little, uranium flat. Okay, so block market cap per employee is 2.7 mil. Market cap per employee. The average in the S&P is 2.1 billion market cap per employee. But that number is nearly meaningless because it's wildly skewed by asset-light mega caps. Apple's 50 mil per employee, Walmart's 100K per employee. Fair. It's normal. It's at the average. But for a tech company, they're overweight. Fair. So they're a little bit overweight. Fair. All right, here's what we're gonna do is I want to get back on track. Actually, we are on track. This is on track. I'm talking about get back on track. We are fucking on track. I'm gonna get up real quick. I'm gonna take a breather. Back in 30 seconds. When I come back, I think we'll just do Everybody Hates AI segment. We're at 3 hours, dude. Fuck my life. I'm supposed to get off. Let me I need to fill up my water. I need to take a walk. Give me like a second here, please. You see Zach Archive? I don't even know what you're talking about, honestly. And it cannot be more important than what we're talking about right now. Like Zach's Archive. Okay, here's the deal. Tell me what you want. We're at 3 hours. Usually I rug now. It's kind of a unique day. I had a segment planned that I just didn't get to do at all. I also have a dinner to go to, but I maybe I'm gonna cancel it. Do you want me to just sit here for 20 minutes? Oh, no, not the time for this mouse shit. Damn, my mouse is... What just happened? No. Hold on. No, not again, bro. How do I turn this shit off? Malcolm or cooked. Oh, hold on. No way. Hold on. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're back. No, I didn't buy a second mouse. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I didn't buy a second mouse. I was gonna just rug. Okay, we have three options. Let me say all the options. I'll let you pick 1, 2, or 3. Option 1 is I just rug right now, go to dinner. Option 2 is I sit here, talk shit, and scroll the Twitter timeline for like 20 minutes. Option 3 is I do the why everybody hates AI segment and we talk about like UBI and shit. I could also do it tomorrow. 1, 2, or 3. Oh my God, bro. It's like a threat time. Oh, who's saying 1, bro? What's wrong with you all? All right. Why everybody hates UBI tomorrow? Because if I don't do it tomorrow, I have Citrini top 26 trades tomorrow, and everything that happened, it's never gonna get done. We're never gonna get to do it if I don't do it right now, probably. It's some reading though. Are you prepared for reading? Are you prepared to read? I think it's important. All right. Bro said I'm eating dinner right now. I'm good off that. All right, let's go. Let's fucking get it. All right, let's just go. This is just like this is our life. This is what we do, baby. There's no one else covering it. We have to do it. All right. Segment is called Everybody Hates AI. And I think it's important to do this right now because it's just, yeah, we got to just set the stage for where this is going. First and foremost, everybody saw that data center protest that happened. Data center got canceled. And everybody saw that video where people are running around, they're jumping around, they're fucking celebrating, they're freaking out. Everyone remember we watched this video?
I've been tracking closely here some of the
data center getting canceled. Okay. The second thing that happened as of, is today February 25 or is that yesterday? That was yesterday. Yesterday, Micron announces that this $100 billion... Tulip King, can you find that protest where they're celebrating? Let's play that video real quick to set the stage. The second announcement that came out is that Micron announced a $100 billion data center build out is stopped because of 6 concerned citizens in their frivolous lawsuit. Okay, and so we have basically are reaching an inflection point where the public, absolutely hates AI and they are fighting back. And them fighting back is significant because it's working. Okay, it is working. 6 people stopped a $100 billion build out. Okay, it is working. And this is why it's significant. It's because it's working. And because it's working, and because AI is accelerating, the news we just saw, Jack Dorsey's The Block laid off 4,000 employees today. Because it's working and because the AI existential threat is accelerating substantially fast, it's going to get worse. It is going to get worse. It is going to get worse. And it's going to impact political policy before long. And we're going to be hearing about this every day for a long time, I think. Here's the video if you didn't watch it. What happened to my headphones? This video is nuts. This video is gnarly, bro. Watch this. This is a data center in Virginia. Shout out Shout out VA. Shout out to DMV. If you know, you know, got canceled. And this is the reaction. Data center in Virginia gets canceled. This is the reaction. Like
they canceled it!
Yeah. Say what?
They canceled it! Stand up! We are going to be fighting.
Be honest. You think how much sex did this guy have this night? Be honest.
Against data centers everywhere in New Jersey. Each and every one of you again. And we say a big fuck you to big tech.
I know we're laughing and this is funny and it's wholly cringe. Also, Malcolm, check your Telegram. I know we're laughing at wholly cringe, but this is how the world thinks about AI. And Sam Altman and Dario and all of these guys get up on the big stage and they say AI is going to take your job because they have to say it, because they have to raise money, because they don't really make a lot of revenue. And so in order to keep their business growing at the rate it's going, they have to make revenue. They have to make money. They have to raise capital. And the only way they can raise capital is sensationalizing and saying crazy shit that gets crazier and crazier and crazier and crazier and crazier. And it makes people hate them more and more and more and more and more. And this is only going to get worse. This is not going to stop. 4,000 people just got laid off by Jack. This is for AI. This is not going to stop.
We say a big fuck you to private equity.
And by the way, I don't blame them. I don't fucking blame them. We are a very unique subset on the bleeding edge that has a relatively large understanding of what's happening right now. I don't blame them, bro. I would hate, if you lost your job at the block, would you hate AI? Absolutely.
And it's time to build communities, not data centers. We're here today because there's a...
So by the way, they built a park. Instead, they built a park. You think China is building parks instead of data centers? You think the CCP is going to authorize this guy with a mustache to protest a data center build out and they're going to build a park? No. China's not building parks.
Proposed data center popping up here in New Brunswick. There are hundreds of concerned residents showing up. People are fired up. They do not want big tech in their community. They do not want these data centers popping up in black and brown majority neighborhoods.
This brother's going missing in China.
It is done like that for a reason. These billionaires and financiers at AMZAC Capital Management know exactly what they're doing because they are doing it everywhere. So we are asking the city council tonight to do the fucking right thing and stop this data center from moving forward. No! Data center! No! Data center! No! Data center! Energy rates have gone up by 20 to 30%.
Yeah, part of the reason they're freaking out is because all of these data centers that are getting built in their communities are, I was going to use a bad word, are skyrocketing their utility costs, which Trump made a speech during his State of the Nation. And he basically like proposed, I forget the exact vernacular he used, but he basically said that AI companies are going to have to start subsidizing the energy expenses and surge that they bring to communities. And that's how it starts. 3-letter acronym. It starts with a U, ends in an I, and there's a B in the middle. That's how it starts.
70% of that is being caused by data centers built in the PJ.
Bro, imagine you lost your job because of AI, and the next day your energy bill is like 3x as much because they built a fucking data center. I'd be protesting too.
Region, okay? Water bills, right? New Brunswick residents know water bills doubled in 2025 to handle the infrastructure.
I would be
protesting. It's gonna go up another $10 on water and sewer this year. So this project is going to raise bills.
Did you say $10?
2025 to handle the infrastructure. It's going to go up another $10 on water and sewer this year. So this project is going to raise bills for your energy and for your
$10 over what time frame? Like annually or like daily?
Water. We fired up.
Okay. This is not over $10, right? Surely that is not over $10. Okay. So I have an article here that is long but annotated, and it's not going to be that long. And it basically just talks about how the public hates AI and how this is not priced in. It's not priced into political policy. It's not priced into UBI. It's not priced into where things are headed. And I think it just accelerated exponentially today. And I was supposed to do this segment 3 days ago. I didn't do it. And now I have no choice but to do it. And so this is just like important info. Sit the fuck down, lock in, listen. And the people united will never be defeated. I stand with that as a concept, but not for the data center build-up, bro. The people united will never be defeated. Okay, here's the deal. The intelligence troubles. On Wednesday, I know, imagine how early it would have been 3 days ago. I fucked it again. On Wednesday evening, the New Brunswick City Council voted unanimously to kill a proposed 27,000 square foot AI data center. That's what we just watched. I think it was last Wednesday. I'm like a week late. A local organizer grabbed the megaphone and shouted what has become, as far as I can tell, the emerging consensus of the American public. A big fuck you to big tech. This is the guy we just observed. New Brunswick is not an outlier. Between May 24 and June 25, an estimated $162 billion in U.S. data center projects were blocked or delayed by organized community opposition. Do you understand what I just said? This is just up to June 25. $162 billion, okay? Also, that number gets insane when you see a $100 billion Micron data center just got stopped by 6 citizens. The headcount per data center dollar blocked is like $10 billion per person, okay? In my belief, and I say this having worked in AI my entire career, that we should expect widespread asymmetric violence against AI infra in the United States in the near future. Okay? This is the face of anti-AI, by the way. 7 million views. This is the face. You know, like the face of unemployment. This is the face of like data center protesting. This fellow right here, and he's getting laid every fucking night. Okay? We'll skip around a little. It's not easy to write this off. It's not easy to write off this anti-AI sentiment as a fringe, narrow issue anymore, okay? The partisan split is also worth looking at because there isn't one. AI opposition does not map onto tribal lines. It's not a red issue or a blue issue. It's an issue where the majority of each party is closer to the other party than to the industry pushing the thing. This is like the definition of K-shape. It's all the tech bros, which is like 0.1% of the population at the pico schmico edge, and then it's the rest. K-shape goes like this. It's not political. It's both sides. It might be like, it's like Pokemon Go. Like, anti-AI is the most uniting force in America since Pokemon Go 2016. And I'm not joking. When you ask everyday Americans what they want done about AI, the consistency is almost eerie. 72% of voters want to slow down AI development. 82% do not trust technology executives to regulate AI. A level of distrust that puts AI CEOs somewhere between Congress and used car dealers. Okay? They also don't understand it. You don't trust these guys. It's taking your jobs, and you don't understand it. It's like your shadow. It's like a goat. The lights are off, and a ghost is like, I don't even know where that one was going, but you see what I'm saying. In response, our industry has come up. The response our industry has come up with is the China argument. And let me be clear, the China argument does not work. 80% of Americans told Axios that they prefer cautious AI implementation, even if it means letting China get ahead. There's nothing you can say to stop this. Slow down, even if China wins. Our industry has been betting its future on a messianic fantasy of a messianic, okay, cool, fantasy of a coming of war with China, and everyday Americans simply do not care. They say slow down anyways. Who's that guy, the actor in 500 Days of Summer, I thought he was so cool. You know what I'm talking about? The main actor, the guy in 500 Days of Summer. And he's like, they're like writing, yes, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and they're writing these like protests about AI alignment and slowdown. And no, Americans are saying this. He wrote this, he had this crazy petition, slow down AI. It's like, bro, you don't understand how this shit works. There's no slowing down. If we slow down, we die. This is why it is a little overwhelming to people. There's no slow down. You don't get the end state and you don't slow down. You can't slow down. There's no, even if we lose to China. No. It's not how the world. It's not how the world functions. It's not how the world works. Okay. What else do we have? To put that number into context, data centers are less popular than gas-fired power plants, less popular than wind farms, and less popular than nuclear facilities. If you don't slow down a fucking arms race. It's easy to write off these numbers as the kind of thing that happens whenever a new technology is introduced. But I think these numbers matter beyond the obvious for a very specific reason. Every tech that has faced broad public opposition survived that opposition because it had an institutional and popular consistency fighting on its behalf. AI has none of this. AI's it's a tough one. Constituency is the people who build it, the people who invest in it, and the people who earn enough to believe they'll come out ahead. These people are concentrated in literally a handful of zip codes. It's like 1%, bro. It's 1%. They are disproportionately male, young, college educated, and high income. They are, in demographic terms, niche. I'm not that bad of a reader, bro. No major technology in American history has entered its scaling phase. The phase where you deploy trillions of dollars into physical plant, into real communities, drawing real resources. With this demographic profile of opposition, AI is attempting to do something without precedent, and it's attempting to do so without noticing. The AI industry is not merely unpopular. It's unpopular in the specific way that precedes organized political action. In the way that generates ballot initiatives and candidates and movements. It is unpopular in a way that historically precedes something worse than politics. It would be one thing if the industry were just unpopular and quiet about it. Many industries survive unpopularity by keeping their heads down, making concessions, and waiting for the cycle to turn. Exxon did this for decades. The AI industry has chosen a different strategy, which is to get on stage every 2 weeks and tell the American public that their jobs are ending and their children will be cognitively inferior to a piece of software. Okay? And they have to do it. Because if they don't do it, they can't raise enough money to keep the thing going. They need money. Okay? Here are just some recent examples that showed up in a 5-minute scroll of my Twitter feed. Yeah, by the way, who wrote this? Sam Altman at a Federal Reserve event in July 2025. Customer support jobs will be, quote, totally gone. Altman at OpenAI's Dev Day in October 2025. Some of the jobs AI will replace may not have even been real work. Anyways, Altman in a separate interview. A child born in 2025 is unlikely to ever be as smart as artificial intelligence. Altman again. It will be very hard to outwork a GPU. Altman again. OpenAI believes it may be, quote, only a couple of years away from early versions of true super intelligence. There's a common theme here amongst these comments, if you hadn't noticed. Dario, AI can eliminate 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs within 5 years, and that's cautious. Mustafa, Microsoft's AI chief, white-collar work has a year to 18 months. Sebastian, CEO of Klarna, cutting his workforce by a third by 2030, citing AI, and that is probably generous, and this doesn't even know that Jack Dorsey just fired 4,000 people in a day. The core issue is that the industry is caught in a contradiction it can't resolve. In order, and this is the key problem, in order to raise the money necessary to fund massive training runs, investors and enterprise customers must hear the CEO stand on stage and explain how many human tasks the technology can now perform, how much cheaper it will be than humans, and how much better it will be by next quarter. The pitch to the public then requires that same CEO to promise that AI will create new jobs, that the transition will be managed, and that no one will be left behind. The problem is that these two claims cannot coexist. The AI industry does not just have a messaging problem, it has a resource problem. That means, from the point of view of the American consumer, the same executives who are stealing your jobs are also stealing your electricity and water. Okay? This is what we just talked about in the data center build out. They're protesting things are getting expensive. People can't afford anything. People can't afford anything. Their bills, they can't afford stuff. But sorry, I'm doing two things at once. Their bills are going up, their costs are going up, and they have no upside. And why? This leads to a particularly interesting political environment for anti-AI direct action. If the issue is purely left-wing coded, anti-AI activists could count on the complex liberal NGO apparatus to pay their bail or at least promise some representation. If the issue is purely right-wing coded, the anti-AI activists can count on the right of center everyday Americans concerned about the energy usage to acquit them in front of a jury. The problem is it's neither. It's not political. Social media had a window to self-regulate on child safety and misinformation and chose growth instead. It is now under regulatory siege on multiple continents, although not the US. Every proposed law is punitive rather than collaborative because the legislature no longer trusts the industry to act in good faith. We're basically done here. And that's the article. I mean, do you disagree with much of what was just said? No, you don't disagree. And the reason this is particularly significant is that the anti-movement is growing faster than I thought it would. I'm also surprised at the anti-launching data center movement has begun before the first one was even launched. I hope you guys are learning Mandarin so you can welcome your new overlords. Look, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think the world is going to end here. But the guy who led the protest in New Brunswick went on an interview with Breaking Points. We should watch it. Let's watch it. It's kind of insane.
Local pushback against data centers being located in communities across the country. And we are very fortunate to be joined this morning by a grassroots activist who has had great...
This is like the face of anti-data centers.
Success fighting and stopping a data center in New Jersey. So Charlie Cradaville is a Central Jersey organizer with Food and Water Watch. He's the founder and editor of New Brunswick Today, a community news outlet that covers the city of New Brunswick, New Jersey. And he just led the successful and viral, I might add, campaign to kill AMZAC Capital Management's plan to build a new 27,000 square foot data center near homes and businesses.
There he is, the face of data center protests.
Last week. Charlie, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you.
See you, Charlie.
My pleasure. A big fan of you guys.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, of course. So let's go ahead and play a little bit of this video, and we can take a.
This is their Dario.
Look at this is some of the celebration after your successful campaign to fight against this data center. So celebrations in the street, screaming we won, they canceled the data center. And then you also had quite a viral post as well that we can put up here. I mean, just amazingly viral. I'm sure you had no idea the way this would take off when you posted it. And can see,
even she's like.
Your picture here, you say, we won, no data center, and they have to build a park. So take us behind the scenes here. What did this organizing effort look like? And what was the type of coalition that you all were able to build on the ground?
Yeah, there's something really special and unique about this campaign. Being a local journalist, I attend all the meetings. And so I just happened to be at the New Brunswick Planning Board meeting the night that they revealed that this redevelopment plan included a data center that would be right near homes and businesses. We didn't think of New Brunswick as a place where we might be having these types of proposals, but sure enough, this is the first time it's happened. And we really only had 9 days before the city council was supposed to approve it and finalize the redevelopment plan. And once it's in there, I know from experience how hard it can be to fight the site plans because they'll just say it's a permitted use in the redevelopment plan. And it was a really sloppy redevelopment plan with no limits or controls on how big it is or how many there could be. So yeah, they said a single 27,000 square foot data center verbally at this one meeting, but there would be nothing stopping that private equity firm from coming back with a much larger or a more devastating proposal. And so, yeah, I work at Food and Water Watch where we have called for a nationwide moratorium on large-scale AI data centers along with 250 other groups. And so I knew the right people to contact. and I knew the right information to share. And in those 9 days, we were able to build a coalition with students at Rutgers University, environmental groups around the state,
a group chat,
and the local people who were going to be most affected. So, you know, one of those pictures, I'm there knocking on doors in the Lincoln Gardens neighborhood to warn people that this proposal's coming up.
This guy's knocking on doors like fucking Paul Revere to warn people about the data center build-outs. This is your Paul Revere. The Luddites. This is the Luddite Paul Revere knocking on doors, talking about the data centers are coming. I mean, it's just like...
You need to call your council president and show up at this meeting. And, you know, I was expecting a big response, but certainly it exceeded my wildest expectations.
Yeah, Charlie, you are enemy number one to a lot of people in the tech industry.
Does he have veneers? He has veneers.
Many of them, I know some of these people, they view you and your ilk, as they would call it, as the vanguard of the degrowth movement, as people who refuse to accept...
You know what they did to the Luddites in, I mean this sincerely, you know what they did to the Luddites in England in like the 1700s or whatever? Do you know what they did? Serious question. I don't say this to be dark. I'm just reciting a historical fact that we learned on stream. And so I feel like it's a good callback. No, it's just not adjusted, Malcolm. It's not, nothing had changed. It's just not adjusted. They killed him. Chat. They killed him is what they did. And they built the factories anyways.
This forward progress and productivity in their lives. Why were you even interested in blocking this data center in the first place?
Well, I know how devastating they can be from some of my colleagues around the nation that have helped fight, and in some cases have not been able to stop them. So they can be devastating to ecosystems. The noise and pollution can be harmful to humans, and it's the type of development that it's the opposite of job creation, right? Normally we are in this sort of like environmentalist versus jobs dynamic, but these facilities have very few permanent jobs, and in fact, the artificial intelligence industry is famous for replacing human workers with computer technology and putting people out of work. Right. So those arguments don't carry water. I have gotten a little taste of...
It's just like the artificial intelligence community is famous for... we'll watch it for 1 minute, and I got to turn down because it's spiking my cortisol.
How strong the opposition is, and I knew that it was something that we needed to tap into here in New Brunswick, because at the end of the day, I wanted our city council to remember this moment next time a data center is proposed, and they'll just say no because they understand that the people don't want it, at least not here in our city.
Look, he will remember this moment because you know what's going to happen from this is one of these companies, whether it be Micron or whoever, is like, okay, you have this guy. Chat, what do you think he makes? What do you think his salary? What do you think he makes salary-wise? What do you think he makes? I don't know. What does he make? What does he make? Give me a number. What does that guy make a year? Okay. 75K, 100K. Let's be generous, and let's tell him he's a local journalist. Let's say he's like a cracked out AI-powered journalist, and he's making, I don't know, 150K a year. Good salary. No joke. Entry-level engineer. Let's say this guy's making 150K a year. Okay? This guy led a movement that shut down a 11, 12-figure data center build out. This guy, like some singular guy that makes 100K a year, led a movement that shut down a $100 billion data center build out. And so what's going to happen is Micron's going to say, okay, we're about to spend $100 billion on this data center. The federal government cannot do anything. We're completely at the mercy of these local governments, which are a fucking mess. State by state jurisdiction. It's a mess. And these people are protesting, and they're protesting because this one guy wants to be a hero and is shutting us down. Let's just fucking buy him. Okay? And what's a $10 million talent acqui-hire? What's a $1 million hire? $5 million, $20 million. You're going to come to this guy that's a journalist in a small town in New York and say, hey, we have $5 million for you to shut the fuck up and not do any work, bro, he is taking it, okay? And so what is you are about to see is a mass protest explosion where everybody is protesting and all of the tech companies are buying out the protesters to make them stop protesting. Okay, you're about to see a propaganda on propaganda war. If you're about to spend $100 billion on a data center build out, what is a mil? What's 5? What's 10? And so what you're about to see is you're going to see NBA level buyout contracts from anti-data center protesters. They are going to be getting paid like LeBron. I'm not joking. The data center protesters are going to be getting NBA contracts from every tech company. Every tech company. OpenAI is going to be signing. You know how Meta was buying AI engineers for $100 million a year? They're going to be buying protesters for 7 figures. You're going to see 7-figure protester buyouts every week. It's going to happen every week. And so the fastest way to run up the fastest way to run up $10 million, to run up 8 figures in 2026 is to protest the build out of data centers. It's not even close. It is not even close. You're going to see buyouts at a level that you've never seen. They're going to be, these data centers are going to be buying out protesters for more money and salary than they are spending on their actual employees because they can't stop them. It's not a federal issue. Legislation moves way too fucking slow, and there's nothing they can do about it. Either you get them to stop protesting, or you don't get a data center. It's a park now, bro. This is a national security risk. This is a means of national security. You need these data centers. You're going to fucking lose to Anthropic. You're going to lose to OpenAI. You're going to lose to Meta, and then guess what? We're all going to lose to China. Build the fucking data center, and so they're going to do it. And they're going to. This guy right here is going to get $10 million fucking dollars because he wanted to be a hero and he protested. Also, let's just be honest. The easiest way to get laid in 2026 is absolutely protesting data centers, bro. Go to your local community, throw up a fucking sign, throw up a tent, say fuck big tech, fuck the data center, and they are flocking to you, bro. You're going to be swimming in it. Flocking to you. You're going to be, this guy is swimming in it, bro. Does this guy look like he deserves to be swimming in it? Respectfully. I'm not a looks guy, but respectfully, does this guy deserve to be swimming in it? No. Is he? Abso-fucking-lutely, brother. That has 10 million views against big tech. Everybody loves a common enemy, and we have the ultimate common enemy that nobody can stop. It's a pure numbers game. It's the populace versus the elite. Okay, and the elite is like sub 1%. The populace is the rest. Okay, strength in numbers, Golden State Warriors, bro. You are going to see, it's going to be like the NBA trade deadline. It's like free agency. And they're going to be getting signed left and fucking right out the ass. I'm not kidding. I'm not even trolling. Like, we are about to see, I think, protests like the world has never seen. Okay, because there's gonna be layoffs, man. There's going to be layoffs. If the Citrini article at any level becomes true, we're going to see layoffs. We just saw 4,000 people get laid off by Jack. It might be an anomaly, but it might be the first domino. And look, I think that there is silver linings in all of this. Okay, number one is short term, it's bullish. It just is. Stocks are gonna rip from this, I think. Risk assets are gonna rip from this. Okay. Second order effect is they gotta print, government's gotta print, and the UBI conversation, at least in the level of AI data centers subsidizing utilities first and then getting further down the line, probably comes relatively soon. Like, that's probably the next conversation. Okay, if you lost your job to AI, you get a subsidy, I don't know, whatever it is, that's like the second order effect in my opinion. Short term, stocks rip. Second term, they got to fucking print and they got to cut rates, whatever. They got to stimulate. Third is we start doing UBI discussions. And fourth is Jevons paradox, which I fucking love, which is that every time there's a new tech revolution, it creates new jobs and new opportunity that you could never see prior. Period. Could never see prior. And I think if you are like, okay, I'm gonna give you a take real quick, and then I'm gonna read Palmer Luckey. Wow, is this what you sent me? Wait, I'll read that in a second. I'm gonna explain a concept that someone way smaller than me, or way smarter than me, excuse me, articulated to me. Okay, he called it let me try to get this right. He called it Pascal's wager. And then what we're gonna do in the age of AGI is reverse Pascal's wager. Let me see if I explain this correctly. Okay, so the way I was explained Pascal's wager is basically that if inverse. But start with Pascal's wager, and I'll tell you what the inverse is. So basically, the thesis of Pascal's wager is that if you are a human, you might as well believe in God. It's what we call a win-win. If you believe in God and God isn't real, you lose nothing. Okay? You live as you would. You believed in something. It was fun. Whatever. You believe in God. He wasn't real. You lose nothing. If you don't believe in God and God is real, then you're going to hell. Okay? And so you basically have nothing to lose to believe in God. That's Pascal's wager, at least as I was taught it the other week over a lot of wine and some dinner. Now, inverse Pascal's wager as it relates to AI and AGI is that there's basically this thesis that like we will live in the movie WALL-E, which I actually have to rewatch. I'm not sure I've ever seen it. We will live in the movie WALL-E. Machines will automate everything, and humans won't have to do anything. They're smarter than us. We won't even try. We won't build companies. We won't manufacture. We won't do anything. AGI will just do everything. Okay, let's assume that that's the utopian or dystopian vision that's being pitched to us. Inverse Pascal wager in the age of AI basically says you might as well build something and be optimistic about the future and your human intelligence being valuable approaching AGI. Because if you try to build something and you believe that your skills are important and you hone them now, and AGI comes, you lose nothing. Okay? The time would have passed anyways. At least you kept being busy. At least you tried something. AGI comes, utopian, whatever. You lost nothing. But if it never comes and there still is value on human intelligence and we still have importance and humans still have a moat in society and in economics, you're going to be fucking happy that you built something and you gained skills and you tried and you stayed on the front lines. Okay? You might as well not believe in AGI because if AGI is true, then who cares anyways? There's nothing you can fucking do. And so right now, we are gotta go with the inverse Pascal's wager. Okay? And I forget what my initial point was, how I got on this, but Jevon's paradox basically says that when cost of manufacturing or cost of creation goes down, demand and output goes up exponentially at a level you can't measure. And so basically what it means, like in retard terms and in my terms, is every time there's a new tech innovation, there's new jobs and new output that no one could have ever predicted. And so one of the things that's eerie about this world we're approaching with AI is you sort of have to bet on the fact that there will be creation from this second and third, fourth order effects that we can't really articulate or foresee to come. Like the same way that if in 1999 when, AOL was hot, if you had told, if a 1-year-old kid predicted he'd be a Twitch streamer talking about AI in 2026, you'd be like, what? But no, it's actually a viable career path. It's a real thing. And so there are some silver linings in all of this, and I kind of walked through a couple of them. And I think, dude, it feels like we're going to fucking rip first. We're going to get to this UBI thing at some point. And I just choose to believe there'll be economic abundance and opportunity abundance. And if you're young right now approaching this uncertainty, we are in man, what a time to be alive, huh? What a sick spot to make an impact, to be conscious, to have some capital, to be able to post on the internet. Like, what a fucking time. Somebody just asked me, Jevon, yeah, you like that take? Inverse Pascal's wager? I got you, bro. I got you, G. Someone just asked me, when are we talking about Zach XPT? Bro, what do you mean? You want me to talk about Axiom right now? Really? That's what you want, is me to talk about Axiom? Come on, bruh. Axiom in a big 2-6? I did say betting no on Axioms free. Yeah, I did say that actually. No, no. Ironically, that just attacked all my fears about the future taking jobs and knowledge being taken away. Yeah, it's like you might as well. I have a video about Jevons paradox if you want to watch it real quick. It's really short. What segment was I gonna do for that? Citrini follow up. God, we had so many segments today. So basically, to get laid, I got to go to the Olympics or protest a data center.
So I recently got into paradoxes, and this particular one caught my eye. It goes like this. So I recently got into paradoxes, and this particular one caught my eye. It goes like this. Gains in efficiency result in increased consumption. This is Jevons' paradox, named after the English economist William Stanley Jevons. In 1865, he noted that the improved efficiency of steam engines didn't decrease the consumption of coal. Instead, coal was used in more industries, increasing total consumption, which made him worry that England would run out of coal faster because it was used more efficiently. A more modern example would be the fuel efficiency of cars. This has increased a lot in recent years, and yet the total consumption of fuel keeps rising. The same thing goes for electricity. Appliances are getting more efficient, and yet the total electricity consumption still rises.
So it's like as software gets more efficient, consumption goes up exponentially.
I was initially confused about this, but I made a mistake to think that the demand would stay the same, which it doesn't. See, when something becomes...
This is 5 years old, by the way, pre-AI.
That the demand would stay the same, which it doesn't. See, when something becomes more efficient, it usually becomes cheaper, and we can afford to use it more often. Take our cars again as an example. They have gotten a lot more efficient, but it could be that a 5% fuel efficiency gain only reduces consumption by 2%. The remaining 3% can be attributed to the fact that when driving gets cheaper, we can afford to drive faster or further than before. The difference between the theoretical efficiency gains and the actual consumption is called the rebound effect.
So you get it, right? We get the basic idea. I think this is what's going to happen with AI. I do. It's like, you're telling me human intelligence is no longer the bottleneck on creating software, and like software's going to be less important. It's like, no. Everyone and their fucking moms building software for everything. I have one more for you, actually, if you like this. If you like this topic. Okay, I have a follow-up on Jevons paradox, and I have one more like theory for you if you want it. We can do like just for people just getting into paradoxes. I have one more theory for you. Okay, so first is the software industry is apparently dying, but job postings for software engineers are rapidly rising. This is that David Sachs. This is from Citadel Securities. Posted this about rebuttal to Citrini. Okay. And so this guy, Aaron Levy, who works at The Box, I don't know what this is, but it's probably sick because he made a really sick post. He says, this is counterintuitive for some, which is why there's a paradox named after it. But if you lower the cost of something that was previously supply constrained, demand for that thing goes up. Software engineering is just one of the easiest examples to contemplate. The process goes like this. Every small business, every IT team, every large enterprise sees that engineering can now drive vastly more output. Then they start to consider all the new things they can build or automate. They even test building prototypes themselves. They only get so far with that approach because they realize there are still 50 other tasks that go into building software and maintaining it. So they start to hire more engineers to do that work. All of this for work they never would have considered automating or having software for if AI didn't exist. So yes, automating tasks in plenty of fields will lead to demand for experts, not less. So basically, what just happened? Luke? Am I still live? My fucking OBS is tweaking. Yeah. Okay, fuck it. Luke, I don't know if you can see that. My shit's like, I can't flip my screens, but it's fine. I don't need to. So basically, when things get cheaper to do, all of a sudden you realize, holy shit, I have so much more that I want to do. Okay? Kind of a crazy thought. You realize, oh my God, I have so much more I want to do. You actually spend more effort onto it. So this can be seen in, let's see if I can find it. I wasn't prepared to do all this stuff today. There's a really good tweet about this, and I think it could be found here maybe. Let's see if I can find it. Call it the 15-hour work week. Tulip King, you know what I'm talking about? The other thing is I can't pull up Notion because I can't go full screen. There might be something bad in there. Let's see if I could go like this. 15-hour work week. I'd ask you to link the tweet, but I can't go full cam, so I'm going to have to show something. Tell me who tweeted this. Tell me the account that tweeted 15-hour work week. I want to find that post. It's really good. It's an important one to read, I think, if you're like feeling weird. Let me see if I can find it. Wouldn't be there. Stablecoin growth. No, we didn't cover stablecoin. Zach XBT. No. Trini follow up. Maybe. It's the last thing I want to cover if we can get to it, but if I can't find it, it's fine. It was in the Citadel response thread. Oh, yes, it was. Beautiful. Thank you. And I have that right here. Cool. Control F15. Cool. Okay. So here's a concept for you. The 15-hour work week. In 1930, John Maynard Keynes wrote Economic Possibilities for Our Grandchildren, predicting that productivity growth would be so powerful that by the early 21st century, the work week would fall to 15 hours. He was directionally correct about productivity growth, but profoundly wrong about labor market implications. Rather than working dramatically less, societies consumed dramatically more. Why? Because rising productivity lowered costs and expanded the consumption frontier. Preferences shifted towards higher quality goods, new services, and previously unimaginable forms of expenditure. Leisure increased modestly, but material aspiration expanded far more. History suggests productivity gains do not automatically translate into labor withdrawal or demand collapse, as they alter the consumption of demand, expand real incomes, and generate new industries. Keynes underestimated the elasticity of human wants. Okay, do you understand what we just read? Basically, what we just read is that this guy in 1930 predicted that because of the Industrial Revolution and new technology, the productivity growth would be so powerful that to match our current output as a country in 1930, we would only have to work 15 hours a week. And so he predicted the 15-hour work week. Okay? What he failed to calculate was that if you can meet current demands with new technology at just 15 hours a week, imagine how much more productive you could be with those extra 25 hours. Way more. And so people don't just stop at par when new tech enables them to be more efficient. They use the same amount of output and they use the same amount of input and get significantly more output rather than stopping flat. Because as productivity opportunity increases, demand also increases exponentially. It's just like Jevons paradox. Okay? And so as it gets easier to create things, people want more things. Right? As it gets easier to create things, people want more things. And so the two ideas really go hand in hand, which is that one, Jevons paradox can be extrapolated into like new tech makes new opportunity and lots of it because it gets more efficient. And two, as an economy or a country or whatever gets more productive, people don't do less work to match productivity. They do equal work to grow productivity. And that's just like how the human, I don't know. I don't exactly know why that is or how that is, but I think it's pretty well studied. Wait, what did we just call it? Let's see. What's the guy's name? The 15-hour work week. If you also don't understand what I'm saying, this is like extrapolate bullish AI, right? This means like AI is going to create maybe more of a demand on human input and opportunity in the workforce. Like this is like so unviewed. No one even knows what it is. 2K views, 2K views, 2K views, 54 views. No one's even like talked about this. It's obviously not a well-studied topic. Nothing. So that basically brings us to what video, Malcolm? I'm almost ready, actually, to do that. That basically brings us to the end of stream. Luke, can you click full cam for me? Can you try this? Click. I'm not done yet. I'll talk for a minute. Let me talk for a minute. Luke, click full cam. For some reason, I can't do anything. You can't do anything either? I don't know. I asked you what happened. I don't know. It's like stuck. Let me like unplug the mouse maybe. Hold on. Yeah, no, it's stuck. It's weird. And I was like stuck on this like loading. Could close it maybe. Minimize. Yeah, it's OBS is like stuck loading. YouTube videos live, by the way. If you missed my live reaction to the block firing, is there. I'm gonna run stream. This was a really good. It was a big stream. It was a crazy stream. It was an important stream. Chat, be honest. How are you guys feeling right now? Give me like an honest take. I hopefully at the end, I like dialed it back. And my Jevons paradox 15-hour work week like gave you a breath of fucking air. The people that are most worried right now, tell me why. Best stream I've watched so far. You've watched a lot of streams. I hope I did justice covering what happened today. I really didn't want to like. I didn't want to get crazy, but So sorry if I did get crazy. Worry because we're late for dinner, dude. I didn't want to get crazy, but this was one of those like I just go to coverage of all this first time chatter as well. Shout out the boy, first time chatter. I hope you watched the whole stream. W's for the boy. First time chatter still in here. Shout out the homie. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. I'm glad you enjoyed. This is what we do every day, by the way. 3:30 EST every single day. I think you've done a lot of Doomer segments. This time felt very optimistic. That's crazy that you think that. I like that you think that. I think, look, I wish I could go full cam right now. I can't. Every single day, man. Except for the weekend. Saturday, Sunday. I'll say this to the squad that's here right now. The 130 of you on Twitch and the 72 of you on YouTube is... I don't even know what to say. Like, some days I wake up and I think I'm crazy. Some days I wake up and I'm like, am I crazy? Like, do I just live in a bubble? Some days I wake up and I think I'm crazy. What would you tell a high schooler to focus on for the future? All right. Let me give you a take. Let me write that down because I'm going to forget. What would you tell a high schooler to work on? All right, here's the deal. This is what I'm going to say. Sometimes I wake up and I think I'm crazy. And other days I wake up and think to myself, wow, we are just really early. And we're just playing the game. We're part of the game. And whatever you want to call it, it's the game. All of this crypto, speculating, all of it together, the accumulation, the front lines, whatever this stream was today, this is the game. And the reality situation is the game just moves faster than the world. Way faster. It moves many X's faster. Maybe 10 X's faster. I don't really know. But how many... how many hours in the real world, in person, would it take you to get this much information in parallels and paradoxes and info digestion as we got in 3 hours and 40-minute stream? I don't even know how long it would take. Infinite. I mean, it would take days, many days, weeks, maybe. And so some days I think I'm crazy, and then some days I get on the stream and things happen live and think, wow, we just are early to where things are going. And I feel deep optimism for the world, chat. I feel deep optimism for the world. I really do. I feel deep optimism for the world and where we're going. I think it's so exciting that someone like me, who's kind of like a creative, I don't know, generalist, if you will. I don't really know what I do well, but there's a couple things I do really well. I would have been unemployable even 10 years ago. I wouldn't be able to get a job. I think I was like gifted to live in the perfect place at the perfect time. Like I was born to live in this era. And I'm a deep optimist for where things are going. Because like, how lucky am I? Someone that has no technical ability whatsoever to live in the era of like software becoming commoditized is incredible. And I think you should have deep optimism for where the world is going as well. Even if you are if you're an engineer, it's like, well, think about how much edge you have. You understand programming, and we're now living in AI can write code. Imagine how capable you can be now. Like if all you want to do is create, imagine how much you can create. And so I think accept as quickly as possible that things are going to get weird. Accept as quickly as possible that probably a lot of people are going to get fired. Accept as quickly as possible that the social and political norms and the social contract that you've lived under for the last 20, 30, 40 years, however old you are, is going to get completely rewritten. And then accept that all of that is going to happen. And if you haven't made it, like if you aren't worth 8 figures, it's a gift from the heavens for you. God, OpenAI's buying Cursor. Oh my God. I can't. I got to get off. I got to get off. Dude, I can't. Stop. Really? Oh. Stop. Oh my God. I have a better tweet. Watch this. You want to talk about how you sensationalize a tweet? History will remember. Watch this. This is how you sensationalize a fucking tweet, by the way. Yeah. Take notes. I don't even have a take for what this means. I don't even know what that means. Like, I don't know. What does that mean? OpenAI's buying Cursor. Centrini was last Sunday. I don't even know what I was gonna say. I forget where I was even. I was just doing some like gay rant. Now it's just like it's ruined. It's just fucking ruined. But look. Oh, if you don't have 8 figures, you should feel deeply excited about the shakeup of the social contract of the world, because you have a chance to plant your fucking flag while everyone's in shambles and run like a chicken with their head cut off. And so if you need cope, if you need things to be optimistic about, I'll do my best. The reality situation is, as quickly as possible, you got to accept things are going to get weird. Do it. Get over it. Like, do it fast. Take the one. It's like when you want to get drunk as fast as possible, just rip tequila, bro. Just rip it, hit the chaser, and then now we can like deal with being hammered. Just get it, rip the Band-Aid off, right? There's a reason you don't pull this shit, so you rip it off. And so accept it's going to get weird, and now let's figure out what we're going to do about it, okay? Let's figure out what we're going to do about it next. It's like if you want to get fucked up, you just go for the jugular, bro. Let's figure out what we're going to do about it. And there's a lot of reason to be optimistic, and I think that you need to understand. I wish I could go full cam. You need to understand before I go. You've got to understand that the information that is in your hands, the information that you have comprised, basically this stream, There is a extraordinarily, alarmingly low percentage of the population that knows what you know and is aware of what you are aware of, okay? The 90% of the world that's going to be protesting data center build-outs has no clue what you know. Use it to your advantage. Understand that you know shit that people don't know, that the world doesn't know. You have asymmetric opportunity for probably the next couple coming decades, and you have edge in the world that we're entering in. Use it. Jevons paradox. It's going to play out. Inverse Pascal's wager. Use it. Use all of it. Use all of it. 15-hour work week. Use all of it. Whatever you got to use. I'm telling you, bro. Use whatever you got to use. I'm live every day at 3:30 p.m. EST. At this point, if you've been watching up until this point, I'm not really sure how you could stop watching. If you do stop watching, tell me why. Actually, I don't even care if you stop watching. I just think we're just on it. I don't think anyone's more on it than us. I don't think I'm the smartest on the topics or the most well qualified, but it's all I'm doing. I promise you that. Believe that. Luke, can you end stream if I do this? Because I can't, I hate that I have to show it too. I can't end stream. I deadass cannot end stream. We literally plan our day around the stream. Chat! Who plans the day around the stream? Be honest. Who's finna watch every day? Luke, I deadass can't end when it comes to it. That's my guys. Hey, let me ask you one more question. I know I ask you this a lot. Do you feel like in this world that Jackson's on a 70-day streak, in this world where things are moving so fast, like, okay, all these people yesterday made these tweets and said the only way to keep up with the pace of growth in AI is to be unemployed. And I'm here to I'm asking you, do you feel like you're fully caught up just by the stream? If you did nothing else but watch the stream for 4 hours a day, are you fully caught up? You feel like you're fully caught up? That's all you need? I feel like I'm proud today, man. I feel like I brought back I feel like I'm a blue jay in rural Virginia, and I brought back a nice juicy worm, and I'm feeding my young ones. That's how I feel today.